been in a serious relationship with a woman?
No, never.
Have you ever dated?
No.
Do not get into politics. Steer clear. Not for you, sweetheart. Sorry. Get married. Have kids. I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry.
You're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay.
White people are every single bit justified in being racist.
You know, people that support abortion should be aborted themselves. You know, talk about post-birth abortion. I think we should have some post-birth abortions for all the abortionists out there.
It's like women are very emboldened. They're too, I think, assertive. I think that's a big reason why they're not very attractive.
You know, if some sweetheart can't keep her legs closed, you know, and she's a single mom and she really has to get her degree from NYU, I think maybe it's time to abort you, babe.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan of Stalin's?
Mm-hmm. Always an admirer.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
At the high levels of society, and specifically among the Jews, they are evildoers. They are people that worship false gods. And more than anything, those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. They must be absolutely annihilated when we take power.
Nick Fuentes is a 27-year-old live streamer, influencer, far-right political commentator, and self-proclaimed white nationalist, racist, misogynist, and he has been accused of being an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier. That's who we're talking about today. So hey everyone, if you don't know me, my name is Rachel, and I make videos about pretty much anything that interests me. We do a lot of intersectional feminist content. I do some kind of social commentary type stuff. I also read and review a lot of books of all different genres, and occasionally poetry, although it's been a little while since a poetry video, so I might do another one soon. We'll see what happens in 2026. But today we are talking about the nightmare that is Nick Fuentes, and I'm sorry. This video has ended up being a lot longer and more in-depth than I originally planned it to be, and it's taken me a hell of a long time to write. My script is like 24,000 words, which is ridiculous, but I've also been writing it alongside my poor little Kubi bear being a little bit ill, well, quite seriously ill. Sadly, she's struggling with seizures at the minute, and she's a little old lady. She's almost 13, so it's been rough, and it's been a difficult Christmas period, and mostly at this point, it's more about just making her comfortable and improving the quality of life that she has left, rather than being able to do anything about it. So this video has been a lot of time and effort at a time when I've had a lot of emotional stress going on. So thank you for your patience while I've been making this. And yeah, I'm happy to have you all here, and I really hope you enjoy it.
Hey everyone, all you're about to watch is a video that has been really, really difficult to film. As you know, Kara's been having some ongoing health issues, so she has been a lot more high maintenance than normal recently, which means she has been interrupting a lot of my filming with crying and little yaps and just needing attention a lot more. She's wanting to go in and out of the balcony. I tried popping her in the bedroom to have a nap, and she was like pouring to be let out the whole time. So I've had to film this video in bits and pieces. I did a main filming session, but there is some Cairo noise in the background, I'm afraid, which I've tried to work around. I have done some other voice-only bits I tried to record in the bedroom, but again, that was on a different day, and she was struggling a bit then. In the middle of the whole recording process, she had another seizure, so she's obviously had to take priority. I finally found a little bit of time today. It's actually New Year's Day. I've come downstairs to the co-working space in my building, but it is quite late at night. It's completely dark outside, and everyone else has left, because obviously I can't do any recording when there's other people here, and there's background noise, and obviously I don't want to be talking and disturbing them, and no one here wants to hear about Nick Fuentes. I mean, no one here. Hopefully you guys do. But yeah, so it's been an absolute stress and a lot of difficulty. So I'm not sure where in the video I'm going to put this in, if it's going to go in the beginning or the end, I don't know. I felt the need to apologise to you guys for the bits of background noise that there are, and just thank you all for your patience, because this has been a really, really, really difficult time. Obviously my baby's my priority, but I still need to work and pay the bills and pay her vet's bills. She's starting on a second medication soon, which again, it's just more money, but she's worth it. She's worth it. But I'm just finding it really hard to manage everything at the minute, and I'm really struggling. And I'm finding it hard to find time to do everything and find the energy to do everything. And obviously, it's really hard when you're trying to record and she's crying or yapping or like needing attention, and I can't give it to her even though I want to. And even then, it's like I can't always give her what she wants because, you know, she'll want to go and play, but she can't because the vet says she can't do anything too strenuous in case it brings on another seizure. So I'm letting her play bits and pieces here and there, but then I can't let her have like a full play to exhaustion because that's when she risks having another seizure. But she doesn't understand that, and she's just a little bit bored. So then we try and play like not mind games like tricking her, but like ones that get her thinking, you know, like hiding the snacks and stuff like that. But she's a very active little girl, and she wants to be out there like playing fetch and catching her bubbles and all that sort of thing. And when she can't do that to the extent she wants, she gets sad and she gets yappy and grackly, as you will have heard or will hear in the background of this video. And I just feel like no matter what I do, I'm a bad mum, I'm a bad YouTuber, I can't do everything to the best of my ability at the minute, because if I try and do one thing, then the rest of it suffers, and I'm really, really struggling. But yeah, thank you all for your patience and your understanding, and I appreciate it a lot.
So, before I turn into a crying mess, let's get back to the script. Today, we are going to be talking a little bit about how Nick Fuentes came to hold the views that he has today, and what specifically they are, with a main focus on his racism, anti-Semitism, and his misogynistic views about women, and also how they interconnect as well. But before that, I want to give you what I thought was going to be quite a brief overview of his career so far, but again, it's ended up being quite in-depth, so let's get into this. So much of this timeline comes from various sources. That includes stories that Nick has told himself on various podcasts, which we are going to be watching today, and also from his Wikipedia page as well, because it was surprisingly useful, and also from a number of books. They are Memoirs, The Untold Story of the Online Battles Upending Democracy in America by Joan Donovan, Emery Dreyfus, and Brian Friedberg. The Age of Insurrection, The Radical Right's Assault on American Democracy by David Newett, Weapons of Mass Delusion, When the Republican Party Lost Its Mind by Robert Draper, and Through the Keyhole by Louis Theroux. I like that title. It's play on Through the Keyhole. The list of all the books I'm referencing and any other sources is, of course, in the video description as always. So according to Donovan and her co-authors, Nick's influencer career began in 2015 while he was still in high school, as he ran a show on his school's TV station titled The Nicholas J. Fuentes Show. Original, creative, I know. Following this, he enrolled in Boston University in 2016, although he only lasted a year there before dropping out. Don't worry, we'll come to that. The first year was eventful though, because according to Donovan, Nick was befriended by some other hard-right BU students, and Fuentes said he started to notice things that made him conclude that, and I quote, "ethnic conflict is real, that we can't all live together in the same country." During this time, he began writing on his own blog, where he described himself as the villain America needs. It's so like, you know, edgy Batman's Joker, but like in a really cringy way. In his very, very first post on the blog, he said, "My generation is the generation of hopelessness, but we know better. Americans have had enough." I had to stop myself from typing this sentence with caps lock on. This is the time for a grassroots movement. Now is the time when the vulnerable underbelly of the sick, bloated, Leviathan establishment is exposed. My purpose has always been to promulgate and preach the good word of the American Restoration. The purpose of this blog is not to educate and not to inform. No, because he wouldn't be any good at that, would he? There is too much informing and educating. Informing and educating. The purpose of this blog is to speak the truth as I see it without apology, and in a purposefully mean way. Because for far too long, the rights of the Americans have been raped as the polite good men of politics have stood by arguing with civility and respect. This is a blog for the good, humble people who long for the voice of America's soul. A devilishly handsome 17-year-old mischief maker with grit, a full head of hair, and some balls. Welcome to the blog of Nicholas J. Fuentes, the villain America needs. I'm so sorry. I was trying to stop myself laughing there and nearly dribbled. That's not attractive, I know. I'm so sorry. He really thought a lot of himself. It's quite laughable. It's also hilarious that he started here by being like, I'm being purposefully mean. And yet, in like one of his latest interviews with Piers Morgan, he got really upset because Piers said he was cruel. And he's like, I'm not cruel. I just speak the truth. It's like, mate, you've always been cruel. You've admitted you're cruel. You can't get defensive about it now, you know?
Do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why, are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people, and you're very performative.
Okay. I don't think I'm performative. If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic. You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut.
Other posts on this blog had titles like America needs Trump more than democracy. This whole blog has since been deleted from the internet, but thankfully, Internet Archive and the Wayback Machine still have a copy that we can have a look at. And that's where I got all this information from. This post includes really alarming statements like, Hillary Clinton must be resisted through undemocratic means if Donald Trump does not win through democratic means. So democracy's great if it gives him what he wants. If it doesn't, screw democracy. That's a pattern we'll see with Nick. The founders were clear about this eventuality. They knew that there would come a day when the American government, like all governments throughout history, would become corrupted and tyrannical. Through their graves, they urge us to pursue the peaceful and legitimate means of the government which they created, and if that fails, then to take up arms and remind professional politicians who runs this country. We are told that this violates the democratic process, but to hell with the democratic process if we continue down the rabbit hole of corporatist, globalist tyranny in the name of the ballot box. In other posts, he made his racist and anti-Semitic and Islamophobic views very clear. And to clarify, if you've seen my videos before, you will know I myself have been and will continue to be very critical of fundamentalist aspects of many religions, including, you know, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. However, I still think, on a very basic level, when the people who generally believe in these religions are good people with good intentions who act in kindness. Most religious people are. There's only like a select few that take the extreme parts of those religions and use them to hurt people. They're what I have a problem with, not people who believe in religion as a whole, you know? Nick, on the other hand, isn't like this. He uses dehumanizing language constantly to describe people with religions he does not believe in. Rather than critiquing certain aspects or beliefs of Islam, for example, he resorts to labeling all Muslims as, I quote, medieval Islamic barbarians. It's not okay. It was in early December 2016 that he wrote, as a result of his tweets, I was labelled an anti-Semite, a racist, a Nazi, a white supremacist, an alt-righter, and even a drunk. Which sounds fairly accurate, and they're mostly things that he actually admits to these days, so interesting. And before this, he was busy comparing Donald Trump to Jesus and defending the video clips of Donald Trump admitting and encouraging others to sexually assault women. You know, the grab them by the P. I don't like the P word, I'm sorry. I find it kind of gross. I don't like saying it. He was defending that clip, being like, you know, that's totally cool. He said the media branded him a sexist, racist, a xenophobe, an Islamophobe, a homophobe, a white supremacist, a Nazi, a fascist, an isolationist, a liberal, a con artist, a sociopath, a warmonger, a Russian spy, an anti-Semite, a conspiracy theorist, and most troublingly, a Democrat. Yet the great cross on which he would be crucified in this upside-down dystopia was the practice of the oldest and most foundational of male bonding rituals, the locker room talk. Like, I'm sorry, but admitting to sexually assaulting women is not locker room talk. And if that's what locker room talk is to you, then that is a problem, isn't it? I'm doing the Nick Fuentes, Donald Trump hands here. You'll notice in clips. Nick went through a stage of really mimicking Donald Trump's little accordion hands. You know,
I have something that others don't have. I don't like the way that looks, but I would be able to do that if I wanted to. I'd be the only one that would be able to do that. If we wanted to, I just don't want to because I think that would be a conflict.
We have this cult of like, love is love. You have to just marry who you love. No, you're really in love for like a minute, you know? You're in love for a short period of time and then the relationship evolves, right? It's very easy to fall in love with people. And then it doesn't last, of course.
Anyway, sorry. Nick went on to write, for all his might, this is Donald Trump, the great American titan was felled by an intrinsically human expression and at the hands of his own party. Now, I know Nick was only 18 when he wrote this, but do you really think just grabbing by the P word is simply an intrinsically human expression? Diminishing sexual assault admissions as just locker room talk is why sexual assault and rape and harassment continue to not be taken seriously. This is rape culture in practice that we're seeing in front of us in this blog post. And like I say, this was all in a post titled The Passion of Trump, in which Nick decided that the release of this video of Trump's admission to sexual assault was akin to Jesus being crucified. But not to worry, because just like Jesus, Trump will rise again. Which sadly I guess he did, but anyway. Oh god, this is so edgy and cringy and it's all, like, again, I know he was 18, but it's so bad. Listen to this. Try not to cringe. Donald Trump was pronounced dead on Friday. In his darkest hour, with his back broken and his high energy stamped out, Trump's newly gained peers in the serpent's lair of politics turned to save themselves. On Not So Good Friday, Trump was crucified, friendless. At last, the great Donald Trump bled and wept. Everything that had been achieved, the revolution of, by, and for the people, now lost, buried atop the ash heap of history. And on the third day, he rose again. When every leader in his own party left him for dead, when half of his own supporters renounced him, and when the entire establishment opened up the earth to swallow him, and with his back pressed up against the wall facing certain doom, Trump punched back, and he punched back hard. He wasn't polite, he didn't wait his turn, and he didn't mince words. We saw the resurrection of a mortal man, perhaps the greatest of us all. Though he is flawed like us, through hell and back he fought with clenched fists and gritted teeth to save us. The silent majority will not go quietly into the night because we have Trump. It's hyperbolic, it's incredibly dramatic, it's a bit pathetic, and we could excuse this of an 18-year-old being an 18-year-old, except he's only got worse since, hasn't he? So, other posts of his include why climate change is a globalist hoax. In another called Personality and Hypocrisy, Nick admits that he knows Trump has likely committed tax evasion and says, if I had the money to afford lawyers and accountants to pay no taxes, I'd be right there with him, proving he's always been motivated by greed and selfishness, and that now that he brags he has a lot of money, he's probably committing tax evasion. I mean, if we're going on what he's admitted himself. Not saying he is, I'm just saying it's something he wants to do. He also went on to say, with regards to Trump's crude and inappropriate comments about women, there ought to be a sense of proportion. Given that Trump has hired more women and done more for women in real estate than any of the presidential candidates who competed this year combined, we should be willing to look past a few crass jokes from The Celebrity Apprentice. And I'm sorry, but no, I'm not willing to overlook it. Just because he did the bare minimum as an employer of employing women, that doesn't mean he's okay to brag about sexually assaulting women and encourage other men to do the same thing. Doing the bare minimum is not a free pass to get away with being a misogynist, harassing, assaulting, and raping women. There's also evidence in his early blogs of Nick completely misrepresenting statistics. Here's just one example. So in a September 2016 blog titled The New Nationalism, about how it's good to be a white nationalist and multiculturalism is always bad, he uses Sweden as an example of this, saying, In 1976, the Swedes officially adopted multiculturalism as the goal of their immigration policy, and in the years since, Sweden has become the rape capital of Europe. Sweden now ranks number 2 in the world in rapes per capita, not true, representing a near 1,500% increase in rapes since the dawn of multicultural Nordic utopia 40 years ago. This sounds bad, right? A correlation between multiculturalism and the rise of rates of rape. However, the reason that Sweden's stats are so high is because, unlike a lot of countries, they actually take reporting rape and sexual assault seriously and don't try and downplay the numbers. So in a BBC article from 2012, Clara Selin, who is a sociologist at the National Council for Crime Prevention in Stockholm, said, and this is a direct quote from her, "In Sweden, there has been this ambition explicitly to record every case of sexual assault separately to make it visible in the statistics. So, for instance, when a woman comes to the police and says my husband or my fiancé raped me every day during the last year, the police have to record each of these events, which might be more than 300 events. In many other countries, it would just be one record. One victim, one type of crime, one record." The article goes on to say, the statistics don't represent a major crime epidemic, rather a shift in attitudes. The public debate about this sort of crime in Sweden over the past 2 decades has had the effect of raising awareness, she says, and encouraging women to go to the police if they have been attacked. She was also quoted as saying, "There might also be some increase in actual crime because of societal changes. Due to the internet, for example, it's much easier these days to meet somebody just the same evening if you want to. Also, alcohol consumption has increased quite a lot during this period. But the major explanation is partly that people go to the police more often, but also the fact that in 2005, there had been reform in the sex crime legislation, which made the legal definition of rape much wider than before. The change in law meant that cases where the victim was asleep or intoxicated are now included in the figures. Previously, they'd been recorded as another category of crime. So it's not that multiculturalism caused an increase in rapes, it's that taking rape seriously and actually reporting rapes that happen makes your stats go up. It's not that the number of crimes being committed has changed that much, if at all, really. And if it has, there's other factors at play there as well. It's that now we're taking it seriously, we have a real record of it. It's the same where when he said Sweden's like the second highest in the world. It's not. For a hell of a lot of countries, we don't actually have stats of rape, that's really hard to say. We don't have the stats for rates of rape at all. So there's something like between 30 and 50 countries in the world where we just do not have that information at all because they're not reported, they're not collected, they're not taken seriously, and it's not really counted as a crime. So we simply don't have that information. So to say it's number 2 in the world, even back in 2016, was entirely inaccurate because we don't have the full data set. So basically, it's very clear that this is a lot more of a complex issue with a lot of factors, and that there is absolutely nothing to actually suggest a causal link in Sweden between the rise in multiculturalism and the rise of rapes happening. To suggest there is, as Nick does, either shows an incredible level of ignorance or a willingness to misuse and misquote statistics to twist his narrative to benefit his own worldview. Either way, it's absolutely not okay, and actually probably knowing Nick, it's both of them. And this is still something he does today, as we'll see later in his interview with Piers Morgan. What's also interesting is that in August 2016, Nick wrote of black people rioting, "When anybody riots, let's call it what it is, primitive barbarism that has no place in a free and civil society. In this country, violence is only in..." This is so poorly written, oh my god, right. "In this country, violence is only in very dire circumstances an appropriate form of political expression. This is not one of those circumstances." Remember that in a moment. It was also in this post he told black people, get over it. Life isn't fair, history was bad, slavery was very cruel. It is beyond time to move on. Again, this is the same sentiment he holds today, so we can't just be like, oh, he was young and naive, because he's still spouting this nonsense, isn't he? Yes, he is. He is. While he was busy writing this blog, he was also featured in a Boston University Today video titled You Speak, Who I'll Be Voting For, in which he said, The multicultural movement in America is subverting any efforts that a conservative could ever make to change the country. This garnered him quite a bit of attention on campus, and as a result, the student body president challenged Nick to a debate. Now, you all know I'm not a fan of these kinds of debates, right? I think they are fundamentally unhelpful because it's always about who can shout the loudest or who can talk over the other person the most or who can belittle their opponent the most. It's not actually about careful thought very often. And that, I think, is what happened here. The student body president called Nick a bunch of names like a crypto-Nazi and a digital brown shirt, which is probably accurate, but okay. And Nick responded by mocking his opponent relentlessly. I couldn't find any direct quotes of that, though. To this day, Nick likes to brag that he apparently won this debate, and apparently every other conservative student on campus just loved seeing Nick mock this other student. So I think it's clear to me that this wasn't actually a debate that was a thoughtful exchange of ideas. It was just about who could bully the other person more. And Nick clearly was the bigger bully. He didn't necessarily have the best ideas, the most research, or knew the most. He was just the loudest bully there. It was during this debate, if we can even call it that he was discovered by a woman called Cassie Dillon. And thanks to her, he started to run his own show on RSBN, the Right Side Broadcasting Network. In a 2018 Vice article, a friend of Cassie's described their meeting as, "Cassie called me the next day to tell me she had seen the next rising star in the Republican Party. Around that time we were planning a Christmas party for the Western Mass Republicans and she invited him to come. He came off as incredibly bright and confident in his support of Trump and Bannon-esque followers. Nick called himself a conservative and so did we. Because political commentators use these blanket terms, I didn't realise the extreme variations between worldviews and political theories that word could contain." As Nick's show began to grow in popularity, he began to say more and more offensive things. Nick and Cassie's friend, who was called Will Nardi, describes this as, "Fuentes took a different approach, bringing the underground politics and conspiracies to the alt-right mainstream. I did hear, however, that he argued anti-Muslim and anti-Semitic positions, and in April he called for people who worked at CNN to be hanged." What Nick actually said was, and this is a direct quote from Nick, "Who runs the media? Globalists. Time to kill the globalists. I want the people that run CNN to be arrested and deported or hanged." And this was the first, but absolutely not the last time, that Nick called directly for violence against the people that he opposed. So, unsurprisingly, calling for people to die caused a lot of trouble. And the RSBN, the network that he was, he had a show on, they had to apologise on Nick's behalf. And Nick says he started to be more careful in the way that he spoke. Not that he stopped calling for violence, it's just that afterwards he'd go, blah, 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 call for violence. I'm joking. But the audience was always left with the sense that, maybe he's not joking. And you'll see plenty of examples of this coming up. On a recent podcast, Nick said that he thought maybe there was something potentially romantic between him and Cassie, but she did not think this.
Is that I met this girl named Cassie Dillon. She was a fellow at Daily Wire. She now goes by Cassie Akiva. So she was in school around the same time. She was in Western Massachusetts studying. And we met because we ran in the same college Republican circles. And she's the one that got me this show at RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network. She was a Christian. She converted to Judaism. She married a Jewish guy and converted. When I met her, she was a Christian, or she had been raised Christian. And we became very good friends. We went to the Christmas party and we hung out, and I went on her show and she got me my show.
Nothing like a attractiveness, just a friendship.
It might have been going in that direction,
Okay.
but no, nothing like that materialized. So yeah, we were just friends.
It was around this time that she also called him out for saying anti-Semitic stuff, especially towards people like Ben Shapiro, and Nick got very defensive. As a result, Cassie and a bunch of her colleagues and friends blocked Nick on Twitter, so he decided the best thing to do was to lean into the anti-Semitism even more.
I would press her on this and other related questions, and eventually she threw arms up in, I think it was March 2017, and she said, "We are no longer in the same movement." She said, "You are anti-Israel. The way you're going about this is anti-Semitic."
This is Casey.
Cassie Dillon.
Cassie Dillon.
She goes, You're attacking Shapiro and in an anti-Semitic way. I don't like your tone." She said, "And I really want nothing to do with you anymore." And so she blocked me on Twitter. And my whole friend group, who was with Daily Wire, Elliot Hamilton, Aaron Bandler, all these other writers at Daily Wire, they all blocked me. They would not talk to me.
Nick keeps saying that he was angry about being blocked by Cassie and all these people, but reading between the lines, and this is just my personal opinion and a theory, I also maybe see him being a little bit mad about being rejected by a woman that he thought he had a chance with. And so he started to use his platform to angrily rant about Cassie and her colleagues, and he began to, like I say, lean in to the racism and anti-Semitism even more. I think it's stories like this that are a good example of how deeply ingrained and interconnected Nick's hatred of women and his hatred of other races, cultures, and religions are. It was also around this time that a couple of things happened. The first was that Nick applied for some sort of like internship or job or something like that at this conservative place, and he had to do this like several week-long unpaid, like an internship. And at the end of it, he'd find out whether he got the job or not that was going to be paid. But he was apparently immediately disqualified for a long-term position because he bragged about his white nationalist views. He still got to complete the internship, but he just didn't get a job offer at the end of it.
And they get to me, and I said, well, I'm a conservative because we're losing our civilization because of mass immigration. America doesn't resemble America anymore. France is no longer France. I said, and if we don't conserve the demographics, forget about the rest. That's what we need to conserve. And I said that, and I was told later on that at that moment, I was immediately disqualified by the people that were running the job training.
And it was in this time while he was working there that he opened up to his fellow candidates about some of his racist views. One night, some of this was filmed and posted online, and here's him talking about that.
And so it's like 3 a.m., our last day. We're all in the common area, just hanging out. Late at night, we're talking about politics. And at that point, they realized I was a pretty far-right guy. I was maybe more far-right than anybody there. And we're all talking about politics. And it comes up, we're talking about interracial relationships and marriage. And I said, well, I'm not in favor of interracial marriages. That's against my values. I want to have a white wife. I want to have white kids. That's important to me. Now, there was a girl who was in the group. Her name was Emily Faulkner. Now she's like a big pro-life activist. She's married. But at that time, she was in this little group. She pulls out her phone, and she starts secretly recording me. She doesn't say anything, but she pulls out her phone, hits record, and she says, so wait a second. She goes, you're saying that if I have sex with a black person, that's the same as having sex with a dog? I said, no, I'm not saying that. I said, but I think race mixing's immoral. I said, I think they'd both be immoral. She takes that clip, along with clips of other things I said. She sends it to Cassie Dillon, because she knew and apparently was friends with Cassie, unbeknownst to me. Cassie Dillon sends it to a group called Reagan Battalion, and they post that all over Twitter. And it blows up on Twitter, and now I am like officially being canceled because of this secret recording taken at this Leadership Institute job
live?
training.
Is that the video, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Can I see it, please?
Her in your daily existence by Jews.
I told you yes, absolutely. You laugh at it like...
How so? Can you...
Would you say that me having sex with my dog is the same thing as me having sex with a black man?
No. But they would both be degenerate.
Oh,
That's a little bit, that's a little bit harsh.
Well,
Could be seen as harsh, could be seen as disrespectful. If I was an African American, I would be very annoyed, upset, frustrated, angry with you, and somebody could say that is racist.
And well, yes, that is racist. It is straight up racist. And I don't even think you need to be black to find it disgusting. It is just repulsive. And the other thing that's very telling to me about this clip and about a lot of his views in general is that I don't think he understands why sex with animals is wrong either. Because I would call sex with an animal wrong because animals can't consent to that with humans. So it would be rape, and that's entirely harmful to the animal. That's not okay. To me, that's not at all comparable with consensual sex between two adult humans who just happen to be different races. I feel like Nick just doesn't really understand consent either. Even when he was called out for this and the racism in it, he said, yeah, it's racist, but you need the context.
That's kind of racist.
I agree.
Okay.
But let's remember the context. First of all, you saw that. That's a 3-second clip.
Mm-hmm.
3-second clip, and you can't even see 80% of the screen.
For sure.
Because it's being hidden. Now,
you and I both know, the way that we talk on a show like this
Right.
is very, it's like anything. You got to know your audience. Now, that's a 3 a.m. conversation with 18-year-olds.
And I'm sorry, but there's no context that makes what he said here okay. I don't care if it's a 3 a.m. conversation. I don't care if you didn't know you were being filmed at that moment. I don't care if you're just 19 years old. It is not okay to say this. I get that people say and do dumb stuff when they're young, right? A perfect example of this, when I was in sixth form, I had this friend, so we were like 16 or something, and we went to this like Halloween party in a club one night, and everyone dressed up. So like me and my friends were like all-time gangsters or whatever with hats and little waistcoats and stuff like that. Another friend came as like a serial killer, and he was covered in cereal boxes. You can get it. And then one friend decided he was going to go all out and dress up as a werewolf. And so he had this big mask on, but then he was like, oh no, you can like see my eyes and stuff under the mask. So he put like brown face paint around his eyes, and then he was like, oh, but I'm not going to have the mask on the whole night because it's a club, it's going to be warm. Better paint the rest of my face too. So at 16 years old, he turns up to a club in basically blackface. And we were like, oh, bless you. And in his mind, he was like, I just want to do werewolf makeup on my white face. But the rest of us seeing this were like, oh God, we love you. We understand you were going for werewolf. But do you see how this could be seen as blackface by some people and how that could be seen as racist? And he was like, oh crap, I'm never going to make this mistake again. Oh, I'm so sorry this sounds a little crackly today. But the point is, he realised he made a mistake. He didn't intend to hurt anyone. He wasn't intending to be racist. But he was like, oh, I understand why this looks bad. And I understand now the history and the context of other people who have done this in a harmful way. And I'm not going to make that mistake again. So that's the kind of thing that was stupid and ignorant because of his naivety and youth and ignorance, yeah. And he learned from it and he never made that mistake again. He learned and he grew. That's the kind of stupid kid thing good girl. That's the kind of stupid kid thing that I think we can forgive because we see people grow from it. We all do stupid stuff when we're young, and we all have raging hormones and might get emotional or do something silly. There's lots of things we haven't learnt yet. I think that's a part of growing up. But that is absolutely not the same as someone sitting down in a space where they think they can get away with it and choosing to make statements that are hate-fueled and racist because this is what they've sat with and thought about and concluded is the right opinion to have. Nick Fuentes did not make a dumb kid mistake. Sure, he was only 18 or 19 or whatever, but these are literally views that he sat and thought about and felt informed enough to make his views on, and these are views that he still holds to this day. And his takeaway from all this is the wrong one. He didn't learn, I shouldn't say this because it's wrong. What he apparently learned was that, well, it shouldn't have been filmed and put online. Now, I'm not for secretly filming people. I don't agree with that. I don't support that. However, you have to see the problem with him saying, well, yes, that's how I really feel, but I just didn't want the public to see it because they'd be mad at me. He's not actually acknowledging that what he said was wrong and harmful. He fully supports that view still and defends it. He is still against interracial marriages and relationships. He still doesn't understand consent. He still holds his problematic views. The only difference is he's mad that someone else put it online for others to see that he holds those views. He's sorry he got caught. He's not sorry for what he said. And he plays all this off as if, like, oh, well, just anyone could be caught out, which is just not true. Like, if someone secretly recorded one of my drunk 2 a.m. rants or whatever, and Nick was not drunk when he said that, he was completely sober. But let's say, for example, someone recorded me drunk at 2 a.m., blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't be spouting racist stuff. I'd be just talking a more incoherent version of the things that I say publicly every day. Because these are my real views and thoughts and opinions. I don't hold secret hateful views. I wouldn't be caught saying secretly hateful things because I don't harbour a secret evil, hateful hate for people. I'm sorry, my words are all over the place here. So in that respect, I can't feel even the slightest bit sorry for him. Nick claims that this whole thing was nothing more than a calculated attack on him, but if he wasn't saying this degrading and racist stuff in the first place, then his so-called attackers wouldn't have had any ammunition, would they? If he just answered that question with, what? Of course they're not the same. There's nothing wrong with sleeping with a black person. Then no one would have been mad at him whether they were secretly filming or not. He's just He is just refusing to take accountability for his own actions and views, which is, ironically, what he consistently accuses women of doing. But I just think he's projecting. We'll see more of that in the very last part of this video, by the way, so put a pin in that.
Well, and I learned that lesson the hard way, but what is the lesson? The lesson is that this sort of thing, this is how political control is maintained, which is to say that we have a culture where you don't even have to do anything wrong. If you say anything wrong, ever, in public, in private, even if it's not inherently wrong, if it sounds wrong, someone might be secretly recording and use it to make you look bad and then destroy your career or your reputation.
No, I think the lesson here is that if you're ignorant and hateful and racist and misogynistic and just an all-around terrible person, and people see that, then they're not going to like you, and that is completely understandable. Are there times that people have taken things I said out of context or misrepresented me? Yes, 100%. It's happened to me before, and it's frustrating, and it's hurtful, and it still messes with me in my head to this day. But Nick was not misquoted or misrepresented or taken out of context. He was against interracial dating and relationships then, and he still is today. He was racist then, and he still is today, even more proudly than he was before, as you'll see in upcoming clips.
I'm at this job training. They leak this out to Reagan Battalion. This goes everywhere. And it was in that moment I defended myself very strongly because they tried to use this clip. And by they, I'm talking about Ben Shapiro, Cassie Dillon, Cabot Phillips. They think they've got it, and now I'm canceled from the movement. So I took that, and, you know, of course, they're expecting you to go out and apologize. They're expecting you to go out and say, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But I said, you know what? I'm not sorry because this is a political attack. This is not some kind of good faith, you know, because you said the comment is racist. And would I phrase it that way if I was saying it in an official public capacity? No. But we tend not to do those things when we think we're in private, in confidence. You kind of understand that there's some discretion there. And that's not to say that I'm, you know, thought I could get away with it, but we don't speak in a lawyerly way when we're among friends.
Do you believe that? You don't believe that, though.
What? That it's degenerate?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's immoral. I don't know that I would say degenerate, but I
Okay.
would say it's contrary to my values.
How much?
I don't care if his statement here was said in public or private. It was wrong in any and all contexts. It wasn't like he was making an edgy joke and it was taken out of context. He was saying what he really believes. There is no context in which that is okay. Following this clip being posted online, not only were left-wing creators disgusted by Nick, but a lot of right-wingers were too. Nick says that he defended himself very strongly and that he still believes the statements he made to this day. So really, he didn't learn anything, did he? The next big moment for Nick was when he attended the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017. Louis Theroux describes this event as a rally where a parade of white racists marched with tiki torches and chanted, "You will not replace us," and "Jews will not replace us," where the anti-racist demonstrator Heather Heyer lost her life after a deranged white nationalist drove his car into a crowd. Meanwhile, David Newer wrote in his book, The Age of Insurrection, Nicholas Fuentes had promoted Unite the Right on Facebook on the morning of August 12th by writing that a tidal wave of white identity is coming. He did not participate in the violence that day, but blamed James Field's lethal car attack on the leftist counter-protesters. Still, his presence at the rally and the comments made about why he was there and his unwillingness to condemn the violence afterwards got him a lot of criticism. It was this which first prompted him, according to Louis Theroux, to really lean into the America First branding, which he, and I quote, discouraged followers from using imagery that was too explicitly Nazi-tinged, impressing on them the need to be optical, while on a nightly streaming show he continued to express coded and not so coded white nationalist ideas about there being a problem with Jewish power and black crime. So it wasn't so much that he disavowed Nazi ideology, he didn't do that, and to this day he still hasn't done that. It's just that when he was starting out, he warned his fans not to seem Nazi adjacent, because then people wouldn't listen to them. It was purely about keeping up appearances to attract the right audience. I'd argue that this is still what Nick is trying to do today with his recent podcast appearances, as we'll be looking at in depth later in this video.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things.
Because of this, Donovan and her co-authors wrote, by December 2017, with a growing fan base of young right-wing men, Fuentes' popularity scored him invites to live-stream debates about race realism, gender essentialism, and the Jewish question, which he dominated. Fuentes used these debates to further a thought war against women on the alt-light and alt-right, which he and the Groypers, which were his fans, waged by attacking female and trans content creators. To the Groypers, all women were thoughts, and thoughts had no place in politics at all. It was also during the year of 2017 that he dropped out of his course at Boston University, only having completed one single year of higher education, similar to Charlie Kirk and a lot of these right-wing debate bros. They think they're smart, but none of them are that well educated, none of them know that much, they don't have very good sources, they don't know how to research properly, they don't have basic critical thinking skills, and they don't understand basic statistics. Nick claims he dropped out after receiving death threats over his media persona, statements, and attendance at the Unite the Right rally. When you see the stuff he was posting at the time, I never condone death threats, and I don't think anyone deserves them. However, I do understand why people were mad at him. An August 2017 Facebook post by him read, "We can talk about black pride, Latino pride, and gay pride all day long, but talk about white pride or pride in European heritage, and you're suddenly an apologist for Adolf Hitler and the Ku Klux Klan. Enough is enough. I'm sick of being asked to condemn or apologize for racism every 15 minutes for being born white." Showing that even as early as this, he never understood why what he was saying was wrong, or why exactly people were mad at him. I still don't think he understands to this day, or maybe he does and he just doesn't care. Over the next few years, he got more violent and angry in his speeches, and he would regularly incite death threats against people, only to follow up with, as I said, "Ha, it's a joke, I'm just joking," with the hands and everything. But I'm sorry if I don't find humour in, you should go out and kill this group of people.
And what it would look like to build a society based on our distinct worldview. It looks like a society where women don't have the right to vote. And it looks like a society where boys and girls get married as teenagers and start having kids, and they don't use birth control, and they don't use contraceptives, and they have big families and a high birth rate. And it looks like women wearing veils at church. And it looks like women not being in the workforce. So that means that banning gay marriage is back on the menu, banning sodomy is back on the menu, banning contraceptives is back on the menu, and basically we're having something like Taliban rule in America, in a good way. Popular means the people support it, which they do. And it sucks, and it is what it is, but that's why we need dictatorship. That's unironically why we need to get rid of all that. We need to take control of the media or take control of the government and force the people to believe what we believe, or force them to play by our rules. I think we should have some post-birth abortions for all the abortionists out there. I think you're getting to be a little bit of an inconvenience, so maybe it's time for some abortions in that direction, right? Can't expect God to do all the work. No, I'm joking. That's jokes. I'm only joking. Just send the military in. Do what must be done. Send the military into these black neighborhoods, make the streets safe, they'll complain about it. It doesn't matter. They are evildoers. They are people that worship false gods. They are people that practice magic or rituals or whatever. And more than anything, those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. Straight up. These people that are communing with demons and engaging in this sort of witchcraft and stuff, and these people that are suppressing the name Christ and suppressing Christianity, they must be absolutely annihilated when we take power. I'm not calling for political violence, but that cannot have any quarter in our society. And we have reached a fork in the road, and you must go in one direction, and everybody has to go along with it. There's no middle path, there's no compromise. You know, you have to choose at a certain point what kind of society you want to live in. And some people want to go one way, and some people want to go the other way. But one thing's clear, everybody's going to go wherever we choose to go. The other side will be subdued and dominated with the use of force. And even 10 years ago, the argument used to be, two consenting adults just want to get married. Who cares what they're doing in the privacy of their own bedrooms? It's not in the bedroom anymore. It's not confined to the bedroom anymore. Maybe I'd be okay with that, but that's not what's, I'm not, but, maybe you could argue that at the bare minimum, but that's not what's happening. It's not in the privacy of people's bedrooms. It's not consenting adults. It's children now. It's children being exposed to this every day. In school, in library, on bus stops, in advertisements, billboards, TV, movies. It's in Marvel movies, Star Wars movies. People that are corrupting children. People that are taking children and telling them that it is normal and okay to look at pornography, to be in deviant sexual relationships, things that will land them in hell. I'm sorry, but that's the worst thing you can be, and you're a bad person if you believe that. You're the worst kind of person, and I don't want to talk to you. And I think you should be fired from your job for that, and I think you should be put in jail for that, if you want to know the truth. I think all these people peddling all this stuff should be put in jail. I think all that stuff should be illegal.
Funnily enough, other people didn't find it funny either. David Newitt described his content and audience at the time as having ironic racism as humour detachment. As a direct consequence of his own behaviour, Nick started to be banned from various apps, platforms and services between 2020 and 2023, including but not limited to YouTube, DLive, Twitter, Twitch and Reddit. He then moved over to posting on Rumble instead, and in 2024, Elon Musk reinstated Nick's Twitter account. Before this though, in 2022, he was invited to a dinner with Donald Trump and Kanye West, who Nick describes to this day as two of his biggest heroes, and he regularly brags about this dinner. Even before this, and perhaps partly why he got the invitation from Donald Trump, was because he was part of the January 6th riots/insurrection in 2021, which according to Robert Draper, Nick described as the most awe-inspiring and inspirational, incredible thing I've seen in my entire life. It's definitely a choice. Of that day, David Newitt writes in his book, The Age of Insurrection, how Nick was a key player in encouraging people to go to the Capitol building and potentially was one of the people to incite violence there. Potentially, allegedly, maybe. He wrote, on his popular podcast on January 4th, Fuentes had flippantly suggested killing state legislators who were unwilling to overturn the 2020 election results. What can you and I, he said, do to a state legislator besides kill them? He wondered rhetorically, then hastily added, we should not do that, I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else can you do, right? The next day, after Trump's speech, Fuentes spoke to a crowd of supporters at Freedom Plaza and said, it is us and our ancestors that created everything good you see in this country. All these people that have taken over our country, we do not need them. It's the American people and our leader Donald Trump against everybody else in this country and this world. Our founding fathers would get in the streets and they would take the country back by force if necessary. That is what we must be prepared to do. On January 6th itself, David Newitt tells us, Fuentes got on a bullhorn and addressed his followers. He said, we've just got word that they've stopped the vote of the Electoral College in Congress. I say that we should not leave this Capitol until Donald Trump is inaugurated president. We, the American people, will not let this fraudulent election go forward one more step. Newitt went on to write, Fuentes himself never went inside the Capitol, but a number of his followers did. Several men later charged with trespass and obstruction were seen carrying America First banners inside the Capitol and wearing the organization's t-shirts and hats, in particular the insurrectionists who entered Pelosi's office and trashed the place. And afterwards, he writes, Fuentes, who remained on the outside, was not charged with a felony. Fuentes did, however, advise all of his followers who were present during the insurrection to simply destroy their cell phones and SIM cards to erase any evidence, which itself would be a federal obstruction of justice crime. He was encouraging people to commit more crimes. Nick went on rants afterwards saying that he was being watched by the feds and how he had to be careful, but he didn't want to back down, and he has been quoted as saying, I am unapologetic. I thought the Capitol riot was awesome. It was awesome. And so was Trump. And Trump was awesome because he was racist. Trump was awesome because he was sexist. The only thing Trump wasn't awesome for was being anti-Semitic. He wasn't anti-Semitic. But the rest was awesome. And people have got to get racist. It just never changes. And isn't it ironic that in 2016, remember, he said, when anybody riots, let's call it what it is, primitive barbarism that has no place in a free and civil society. And yet with this riot, and let's not beat around the bush, it was a riot, it was very clearly a riot, he says it was awesome, and it just had to happen. So why is it barbaric when black people do it because they're protesting the death of an innocent man who was unjustly killed, but it's okay when a bunch of little white boys do it because, oh, the rapist that we wanted in power isn't in power, democracy didn't go our way. Make it make sense. It's pathetic. Other drama around Nick's career at this time centered around his rivalry with Charlie Kirk, who you all know I am personally have been and will continue to be incredibly critical of. I've spoken about him in a number of videos. Again, I'll say I don't think he deserved to die, but I'm not going to pretend he was some sort of great man when he was a misogynistic, homophobic, racist bully. Nick was also critical of Charlie Kirk, but for the opposite reason to me. Nick didn't think that Charlie went far enough and was too lenient when it came to people of colour, immigrants, and Jewish people. In fact, Nick repeatedly told his followers and fans to turn up at Charlie's events and push difficult and often offensive questions on him. That's not how he phrased it, though. According to the book Meme Wars, Nick told his fans to go to a Turning Point USA event, which was, Turning Point USA was Charlie Kirk's, group organization thing, and the event was hosted by him, and he told them, according to the book, pack the line, ask intelligent and well-rehearsed questions, ensure the audience begins questioning Turning Point USA's milquetoast conservatism. It's clear that a growing body of young people want something more authentic than what Charlie Kirk has to offer. Suitable question topics: Charlie Kirk's support for mass immigration, Turning Point USA's promotion of identity politics for every group but white people, Turning Point USA's focus on economics above all else, demographics and voting patterns, white people becoming a minority in a few decades. This rivalry continued for years, and it's even been suggested, although not proven, that the person who killed Charlie Kirk was a Nick Fuentes fan. I don't think we'll ever know for sure who actually killed Charlie Kirk or why, because the US government and justice system is currently so damn corrupt that everything is a cover-up. Look at the Epstein files. So I'm not sure we'll ever really know what happened or why. The right want everyone to think that the shooter was some liberal, left-leaning trans person or person in a relationship with a trans person or something, let's blame trans people. However, we do know he came from a conservative, gun-loving, very right-leaning family, and he had interacted with Nick's content online in the past, but we don't really know what was going on in his life at the point that he committed the murder. So who's to say at this point? We don't know. What I will say, though, is that Nick's reaction to Charlie's death has been, in my opinion, nothing but bizarre. I'm just going to play you a clip without sound for a second, and I apologise to the people who listen to the audio-only version on Spotify and Apple for this part, because you're going to hear a couple of seconds of silence, I'm afraid. But I'm just going to play you a shortened version now, and then I'll play you the full-length one afterwards. Watch this, and tell me what his face is saying. Now, this isn't really like a major point I want to make because, it's not something I want to make a big deal of because nothing about this is concrete. It's just something I want your opinions on because I want to know if I'm overreacting. But he looks happy here, right? He looks gleeful. He looks smug. It's like he's talking about something that he's happy about, that he's proud of. I'm not the best reader of facial expressions as an autistic woman. It doesn't come very naturally to me. But it's something I've had to teach myself to be aware of. So I could be very wrong here. I may have learnt wrong, and that's why I'm asking you guys. But don't you just think he looks happy? Don't you think he looks proud? And you know what he was talking about here? How he's apparently saddened by Charlie Kirk's death. You don't smile like this and if you're actually sad about someone dying, do you? I don't know. Here's the full clip.
How are you processing this with Charlie Kirk? I've seen the tweets, I've seen the videos, but how are you processing this?
Well, on a personal level, it's terrifying, because he was out there and he got blown away doing what we all do, which is a public event or something like that. But seeing the outpouring of support, I saw a lot of young people that were emotional, young men, young women going to the vigils and actually distraught. And I think they were distraught, one, because it was so evil what was done to him. To see that kind of violence was really upsetting. But also I think people were touched because Charlie Kirk it does put things in perspective when a person dies. I don't believe he was a bad man. I disagreed with him. I didn't like his politics. But what I have come to respect about him is that he was a very hard worker. He was kind. You notice that when he talked to people he didn't like or disagreed with. He was open to other people. He changed his mind, even when he dealt with me. And he was never particularly nice to me, let's just say. But he was to a lot of people. See someone die like that, the reason it's jarring for people is because we realize that we're all going to die. Suddenly, unexpectedly. You know, and like him, he's 31 years old. Nobody expects that a 31-year-old with that kind of money and influence is going to die all of a sudden. He had plans. You know, he was going to get on his private jet and fly to do another event some other time. You know, nobody expects that you're going to die, someone like that at that age. And when you see someone like that cut down so viciously, you realize how life is so fragile and it's so temporary and it's so short. Any day we could all die. And what that then naturally makes us think about is, well, what does it all really mean then?
Now, like I said before, I've been nothing but critical of Charlie Kirk, but I'm never going to condone violence or the killing of a person I disagree with. I just found this all so uncomfortable to watch, because even though Nick was saying all the right things, his smug little face was showing the opposite to me, and I just felt very uncomfortable watching it. Again, I'm going to say, this isn't some sort of like concrete gotcha moment, because we all know body language is not a science, and there's many reasons that a person may have an awkward facial expression, but I just felt very uncomfortable watching this. I wanted to ask if anyone else felt the same way. After all we know about Charlie and Nick's consistent rivalry for years, this made me very uncomfortable. Back to talk about Nick's career though, and in 2021 he hosted a conference called the America First Political Action Committee, which absolute legend Louis Theroux also attended in order to interview him as part of a documentary about right-wing conservatives and like kind of fundamentalists in America. So Louis Theroux described this conference in his book, Through the Keyhole, that we mentioned earlier. He described it as a conference Nick was hosting at a hotel. The event, the AFPAC, the America First Political Action Committee, was happening at the same time in the same city as CPAC, which is also a big Republican conference. Trump is attending that one. It was a bit like Edinburgh Festival and the Fringe, except in the case of AFPAC, it was the extremist fringe. Louis went on to write, the event turned out to be a gathering of the tribes, for pale young men in suits, college Republican types, a handful of full-bore misfits dressed in outfits from another era, like barbershop quartet singers in straw boaters with oiled moustaches, about 5 women, 3 black people, and a smattering of alt-right celebrities. The term of art for many of these attendees would be incel. Fuentes presided over this group, godlike amid the beta hordes, skinny but handsome, like an undernourished gamer nerd JFK tribute act with a Cheshire Cat grin so broad that it narrows his eyes. He noted that late in the day, just before we called it a night, 1 or 2 of Nick's more fringe beliefs peeped out. He'd prefer if women didn't have the right to vote, he said. Civilization had started its decline with female suffrage. Women in general couldn't be in the inner circle of the movement. This was followed by a random reference to the evil bigwigs who were, as he saw it, screwing up society. They're not all Jews, he said, again with an air of naughty humour. White people are tired of being bullied, he said at one point. Chants of America First and Christ is King went through the audience like electricity. In the background was a feeling that this was the insurgent army of a radical Trump base, a coalition of religious zealots, incels, gamers, conspiracy theorists, and lost boys. So remember this, again, because these are the same ideas he is still spouting to this day. He just tries to make it sound a little more palatable at times when he's on certain podcasts. Also, take note of who his audience was at this time. Further, Louis said Fuentes had made his career out of outflanking Republicans from the right, and he spent much of his time making fun of right-wingers for not being right-wing enough. And this was very evident in his lineup for the conference, because as Robert Draper noted in his 2022 book, Weapons of Mass Delusion, Nick's previous online content was sufficient to repel every Republican officeholder from speaking at AFPAC, save one, Paul Gosar. And I find it kind of fascinating and scary that, you know, what we're talking about here is 2021, right? Just a few years ago, the more mainstream politicians and political influencers were outright rejecting Nick. And yet today, at the end of 2025, I mean, literally I'm recording this on New Year's Eve, people are embracing him more. He's literally, you know, he's been to dinner with Donald Trump, the literal president of the United States. He's got more and more politicians kind of on his side and backing him. He's featuring on these mainstream, or as mainstream as kind of right-wing podcasts can get. Like, but he's featuring on them. He's, you know, speaking to Tucker Carlson and Steven Crowder and people like that, and they didn't outright call him out on these podcasts. In a lot of cases, it's like, yeah, you're making sense. I understand this. Yeah, I support you. And they were licking his bumhole a little bit. And that's kind of what I want to get into and show you in the last two sections of this video. We're going to be looking in depth at these more mainstream interviews that he's done and how more right-wing political commentators than ever seem to be taken in by his podcast persona, as Piers Morgan calls it. Like I said, he's been invited to dinner with the president. He's not getting the same level of pushback anymore. Mainstream podcasters are sitting there happily nodding along with the racist and anti-Semitic and misogynistic things he's saying. His audience is no longer just what Louis Theroux described as incels, gamers and lost boys. He is becoming far more mainstream, and that is incredibly worrying. Even Stuart Stevens touched on this specifically in relation to Nick Fuentes in his 2023 book, The Conspiracy to End America, 5 Ways My Old Party is Driving Our Democracy to Autocracy, where he wrote, President George W. Bush attacked Duke by saying, when someone asserts the Holocaust never took place, then I don't believe that person ever deserves one iota of public trust. When someone has so recently endorsed Nazism, it's inconceivable that someone can reasonably aspire to a leadership role in a free society. Today, the leaders of the Republican Party meet with a white supremacist Holocaust denier, Nick Fuentes. The outrage is replaced by silence or approval. And it's only gotten worse in the 2 years since. The final couple of things I want to touch on in this section before we move on to the next one are just a couple more recent events. So in November 2024, an activist called Marla Rose turned up at Nick Fuentes' house and rung his doorbell to confront him about some stuff he'd been saying online. I think she intended to film it and be like, well, let's have a chat about this. There's nothing to say she was acting in any way threatening or in a violent matter. That said, please don't just show up at people's houses. That is incredibly inappropriate. But according to reports, he responded by pepper spraying Rose before pushing her down his front steps, taking her phone, which she was using to film the interaction. His Wikipedia page tells us that following this, Fuentes was arrested on November the 27th and charged with battery. He appeared in court on November 19th. In December 2025, he reached a plea agreement under which he must complete 75 hours of community service, attend an anger management course, pay restitution for the damaged phone, and apologise to Rose in court, with the charge to be dismissed if he fulfills these terms by January 23rd, 2026. Another incident happened just a month later in December 2024 when, again, according to Wikipedia, a man armed with a pistol and crossbow showed up at his home. The man, identified as 24-year-old John Lyons of Westchester, was suspected of killing a mother and her 2 adult children in Mahomet earlier that day. After police arrived, Lyons fled, forcing his way into Fuentes' neighbour's residence where he killed 2 dogs. Lyons then fled into a backyard where he refused police commands and exchanged gunfire with them before being fatally shot. I've been under a lot of stress lately, and when I do that, I get muscle twitches on my face. It's really annoying. So if you see my cheek here twitching, it's that. Very annoying. Nick likes to tell this story a lot to sort of martyr himself and be like, look, I'm just a poor innocent victim. I did nothing and people tried to kill me. And I'm not saying anyone should go through that. No one, absolutely no one, should face death threats of any kind. But after reading up on this incident, I'm still confused whether this guy was actually trying to target Nick, or what his motivation actually was, or if he just maybe Nick Fuentes was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I can't tell. It's a little vague, and I'm a little confused. It's not like a clear, out-and-out assassination like the Charlie Kirk killing was, And then finally, after spending years with his tongue up Donald Trump's little bumhole, Nick Fuentes has finally shifted gears ever so slightly and started to criticise Trump a little more, except it's for, you guessed it, not being harsh enough. Take a look at this clip of Nick saying that he just abstained from voting at all in the last election, which is incredibly different to what he was doing in the last 2 elections, especially during Trump's first run.
What do you make of the trend of Trump's current administration?
I totally agree. I didn't vote last year for that reason. I didn't vote for anybody.
And the reason why is because you knew it was going to be this way based on how the money was moving last year. And by that, I mean, there were three big industries that went behind Trump, or three big special interests: Silicon Valley, Wall Street, and the Israel lobby. Miriam Adelson, pro-Israel, gave Trump $100 million. Tim Mellon, the banker, gave Trump $200 million. Elon Musk from Silicon Valley gave Trump almost $300 million. And so I knew a year ago, Trump is getting in because the system basically favors him. 10 years ago, the whole idea was that Trump was against the whole world. Like you said, he was going to turn Washington upside down. A year ago, you could tell by where the money was moving. No, they wanted him to win because they knew that if he won, he's going to cut the taxes for the rich. He's going to deregulate the economy. He's going to deregulate AI. He's going to give all the favorable contracts to Anduril and Palantir, the little tech, these new tech companies. And he's going to do everything Israel wanted. So I think that Trump has effectively betrayed the movement. The America First, MAGA ideology, it's been a 180. And like you said, drain the swamp, he is the swamps. I don't know that he was necessarily bought, strictly speaking. I think that he wanted to be president by any means necessary. And I think he made deals, because he's a deal maker, to get ahead. And I think necessarily that involves compromise. And then I think what happened after he left office the last time is that he knew he was under the gun. If he didn't win in 24, he would have went to jail. So this was a situation where you win or you go to jail for the rest of your life. And basically,
you think it was that serious for him?
It was.
It's very interesting. Still, he hasn't done a complete 180, and he still supports certain Trump behaviours. For example, he doesn't want to see Trump held accountable for any of the crimes he has committed over the years.
And do you think he would have deserved to go to jail?
No, I think they did that. There's a very simple rule in politics, which is if you come at the king, you can't miss. And that's what Trump did. He went at the institutions. He went at the left-wing hegemonic system. He missed. He lost. They overthrew him in 2020. And then they were going to throw him in jail. They were going to throw him in jail and throw away the key.
So this clip from 2025 is very reminiscent of what he said in 2016 about how, he said back then he knows Trump has committed tax evasion and how given the chance he'd do the exact same thing and he doesn't think Trump should be punished for it. And now he's still saying, I know he's committed crimes, don't think he should be punished for them. It's quite worrying that he is so against the justice system that he can know someone has committed a crime which does harm people, and yet he still doesn't want them to face any consequences for it because them having power benefits him. It's concerning, it's selfish, it's just everything wrong with the world. And this just about brings us up to date and where we are with Nick Fuentes today. I feel like since Charlie Kirk's death, Nick has been trying to step up his public presence, if you will. He is going on more mainstream shows and podcasts, and he seems to be gathering more support than ever, which is worrying. Today I'm going to be looking at a series of his recent interviews that he's given, one slightly less known podcast, and a couple of big American right-wing political commentators who are more mainstream than Nick, and then finally an interview with Piers Morgan, which was the only one in which he was actually challenged at all, really. Now, I don't like Piers Morgan. He's got some really crappy views, but he at least did the bare minimum here of calling Nick out for his anti-Semitism, his racism, and his misogyny, which is far more than any of the American or Canadian podcasters did. But before we look at those interviews in detail, I want to discuss first why I'm making this video at all, and that is because simply people are listening to Nick Fuentes. Alright everyone, I hope you don't mind me switching up to voiceover, but Kyra had another seizure not long after I finished filming that section of video. So I'm just going to get this all done with voiceover if that's okay, so I don't need to have the big lights on and everything for her. But as I just mentioned, Nick's influence is growing and this is incredibly concerning. He's still got the same harmful views as ever, but he's attempting to repackage them in a more palatable way, which means more people are falling for his nonsense. As Piers Morgan pointed out, he comes across as more reasonable in these podcast appearances that he's been doing, which gets people interested in what he has to say. They start to listen to him more, and then when he starts to get more extreme with his views of, like on his show on Rumble, for example, people are already primed not to be as shocked or appalled by his misogyny or racism or anti-Semitism or other harmful views. We've seen him kind of downplay them as, oh, it was taken out of context, oh, it was a joke, oh, blah, 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 blah. So people are more likely to make excuses when they hear those harmful things. Oh, well, he's just joking. Well, actually, I don't know, maybe he has a point, maybe, and you can see why it gets harmful.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things.
And I do think this is a really good assessment of him from what I've seen. And it doesn't help that a lot of the people interviewing him, Piers Morgan aside, out of the recent lot, seem more willing to just sit there and smile and nod along with him rather than challenge him. Like, look at the Stephen Crowder interview and the Tucker Carlson interview that we're going to be watching clips from. They are like, yeah, no, that makes sense. And they're just like sucking up to him constantly. They literally let him get away with telling outright lies and misrepresenting statistics without challenge, and they let him get away with spreading this like misogynistic and anti-Semitic and racist message without challenge again, and that is incredibly problematic. When he's been called out about this like kind of change in personality and behavior and that sort of thing, Nick says it's different because when he's on a podcast, he's in politician mode, which means he's more careful about what he says. But when he's alone on his show, he gets carried away. But that just means he's being more honest and true to himself, doesn't it? Nick also claims that anyone who criticizes him in any way is just part of a propaganda machine paid for by Israel because they work for blah, 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 blah. So I do wonder what mental gymnastics he's going to have to come up with to justify, not that he's going to watch this or care about anything I have to say, but like to justify being criticized by a woman like me who doesn't work for anyone, isn't paid by anyone other than YouTube ad revenue, I guess. I don't make much money, and I'm just literally a random little nobody from Yorkshire. But I'm sure he'd still come up with some conspiracy theory anyway, you know? And you know that it's him spouting these conspiracy theories, which is why people are falling for what he's saying and not trusting any critics of him. And again, it's a problem. I think there's a bigger conversation to be had here, though, about how we speak to and about people like this with harmful views. I've noticed that everyone who's had Nick on their shows, especially these past couple of months, have opened whatever video or episode it is with trying to justify why he's there at all.
For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the lines should be drawn. The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining. And he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers.
The question is, why would you put Nick Fuentes on your podcast? Why would you do that? My lawyers, don't do it. You know what's a great thing? I don't have sponsorship to lose. And me, for my entire career, I'll talk to anybody. And the reason why I wanted to speak to him is because this interview happened the day after me leaving Charlie Kirk's memorial, which was the most magical revival I've been in my entire life. Charlie was 31. He's in his mid to late 20s. And I feel what we need today more than anything else is to continue talking to each other. I see you, the way you communicated. Very, very talented. Very capable, very talented. And I've expressed this before on the show before. But I want to know a little bit more about how you became who you are today.
Some people might be saying, why even platform a guy like this? I believe in platforming pretty much everybody. I will talk to Nick Fuentes today, AOC tomorrow, Antifa the next, and Patreon Front the day after that. I believe that the way to explore the battleground of ideas is to talk to people and have solid conversations with great questions that pierce behind the scenes. And with Nick today, there were some things I agreed with a lot. There's other ideas of his that I thought were pretty hilarious and that we laughed about it and had disagreements. And I think that's what a productive conversation does.
Controversial figure. And look, I know that for a lot of people, this is a no-win proposition because people are mad if you platform them. You know, you have the Barry Weisses of the world, the people out there who don't want you to host anybody if they disagree or they think the views are so abhorrent. And then you have some fans or some people who might identify with Nick, who no matter what you say, you're paid for, or you're a shill. Or I just hope that we can take our disagreements at face value. And really, this is not meant to be a debate. It's meant to hopefully illuminate where we agree, where we disagree. I mean, I'll sit down with anyone.
Yeah, I mean...
Nick, I appreciate you being here, man. You know, right now it's a weird time where people are trying to tell folks they can't actually have conversations, no matter how much you agree, disagree. So, and what I really want to do is I want people to actually hear your views for what they actually are. And I know a lot of people are going to disagree, and some people, you know, they'll be moved, they'll be convinced, and I want them to make up their own mind and be able to contrast it. So I asked that we're able to do that.
I want to understand what you believe, and I want to give you a chance in a minute to just lay it out, not what you're pivoting against, which are a lot of the same thing. You know, I agree with you on some of the things you're pivoting against for sure, but what do you affirmatively believe? So I just want to stand back and let you explain it. But first I want to understand how you got to where you are, how you became Nick Fuentes.
And I think this whole idea of platforming and having freedom of speech and so on is incredibly complicated. And I have opinions and questions and suggestions, but I absolutely don't have answers about what is appropriate and what isn't. Like, no definitive answers anyway. I know a lot of people are like, we need to protect freedom of speech at all costs, at all times, no matter what, which is something I understand, but I'm not sure I can get behind this idea that it's either all okay or none of it's okay. You know, this idea that, like, if you can't say this, then you won't be able to say this, this, and this, and this, and this. It's just a slippery slope fallacy, isn't it? I think there are some things we should always be free to criticize and speak out about. For example, we should always be able to criticize or question our government and leaders without facing legal persecution. If you're talking about that kind of free speech, then I absolutely believe in that, and I think, yes, protect that at all costs. But I also feel like sometimes the pro-free speech, always and without question lot, seem to forget that words do have real-world consequences, and that there are things we have to consider, including what effects those words have on real people and the actions of others. A call to violence, for example, shouldn't just outright always be protected by, oh, you know, we need freedom of speech, because it's not inconsequential. A call to violence will result in people getting hurt, and I'm not sure that's something I can ever get behind. I had quite a bit of an upset lately, and this is just like a little aside and a bit of a personal rant. It left me absolutely in tears behind the scenes, because there's this feminist YouTuber who I followed, and I thought she had some really good takes and some really good ideas, and I liked her videos, and I really respected her, and she's quite a small channel, but, you know, I thought like, oh, you know, it's really nice to see someone talking about this stuff, and I appreciate this, and I think she seems quite, like, intelligent, and yeah, I have a lot of respect for her. And then I found out that she'd been saying some really horrible stuff about me, not by name, but still publicly. Like, it was quite clear who it was about. And the things that she didn't like about me were that when I spoke about the author who wrote the book that glamorized and eroticized child sexual assault, as in she was writing a book for people to get off and masturbate to a toddler being sexually assaulted by an adult, I said I wasn't okay with that. I also said in the video, I just reported that, you know, she's been arrested in Australia and she is being investigated. And I said, yeah, you know what, I'm fine with that, whatever. Because I can completely understand why the police would want to take that precaution and investigate her to make sure she wasn't a risk to actual children in her life, right? I'm not going to complain about that. But this other YouTuber went on this big long rant about me and said that because I'm against eroticized child sexual assault material, then that means I'm against all free speech. And the next thing we know, I'm going to be celebrating when people are being arrested for being gay and trans. And again, this is just a massive slippery slope fallacy. That is a wild and unfair leap to make. And I would never, ever, ever support that. And I mean, I think you all listening know that about me. And I don't think it's a fair comparison to make. And I'll tell you about why specifically in a second. But I also just want to add that, like, she was also mad at me because I'm not a fan of rape and domestic violence erotic novels. You know, as in novels which romanticize, glamorize, and excuse the abuse, violence, harassment, and sexual violence against women and present it with the intention of, please get off to this, please masturbate to this. This other YouTuber is pro-rape porn, as I call it, because let's label it what it is, you know, and she believes that I'm not a real feminist if I don't support a woman's right to masturbate to scenes of other women being repeatedly raped. And that's, I think, the bit that upset me the most. Like, Not that she just doesn't like me, but that like this woman that I looked up to and respected is so in support of material that degrades women, and that studies show have like real life harmful consequences for the people who read it and the people in their lives. Like, she just let people in the comments repeatedly mock me for not being okay with this, and all these women there were just laughing at me for being concerned about them, their well-being, their mental health, and the well-being of other women around them and survivors who might be around them as well. Like, studies have shown, and I've put these in videos repeatedly, that prolonged exposure to violent pornography and erotica in particular cause consumers, especially women, to downplay the seriousness of sexual assault and sexual violence against both themselves and other women. The women who read this content were more likely to blame victims, to not take the accusations of other women as seriously as they should, and if it happens to them, they're more likely to excuse it and stay in abusive situations. I've made countless videos listing study after study, right? And so for me, to express this like genuine concern about these people, and for it to be reduced to her pulling this slippery slope fallacy and saying I'll be celebrating the incarceration of queer people next, and have her followers mocking me and calling me names because, you know, apparently to them I'm pathetic and stupid and weak, I just found it really upsetting. And I don't know, I guess this just kind of came to mind because like her and her audience have every right to say that stuff about me, and I have every right to be upset about it, right? But knowing she feels this way means that, unlike before, like, I'd never want to promote her content to my audience, and I feel a little upset that this woman that I respected, 1, doesn't like me, 2, is pro-rape erotic material and pro-rape porn, and 3, is so willing to let her audience put down another woman and be like, oh, she's not a real feminist, and like make all these like disgusting claims about me just because they want to enjoy their rape porn in peace. And it all ties into like these views that I have about like freedom of speech, right? Because I think that it's not just that all speech should be protected at all costs, no matter what and no matter what the consequences it has. I think it's important to look at the motivations behind what a person says as well as the words they actually say. I think it's important to look at the real world consequences of what has been said, and I also think it's important to look at who is saying these things and what power and influence they hold. So a lot of people are like, how can you arrest someone for just writing a book? It's just fiction, it's not real life. And I'm like, but let's look at the motivation behind it. She wrote a book to have people get off to watching a child be sexually assaulted. That's what the motivation was. And I think that is something that does have real world consequences. And that is something that we do need to think about and consider, and not just be like, oh, she's free to do whatever no, you're not free to harm people, especially children. And I think people forget that words do harm people. And again, it comes back to who is saying it as well. So for example, a politician is saying, I believe X, blah, 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 in a speech to millions of people with the intention of creating a law that may harm people off the back of it, is very different to a kid with 10 Twitter followers making an ill-informed joke on the same topic, but not actually wanting to hurt anyone with what he's saying. I think context is essential, you know? So for a woman being arrested for producing child sexual assault material, I personally have no problem with that, but I also think people should have the right to protest that if they want to without them facing consequences for it. Just as I think I have the right to say, yeah, I'm fine with that happening, without people being like, oh, so you hate everyone. You know what I mean? That arrest happened. I think if the majority of Australian people wanted that law changed, then they have every right to ask for that and vote for that and question their politicians about that. But from just a completely personal perspective, I don't value that woman's freedom of expression over the rights of actual victims of child sexual assault to not have their trauma eroticized, glamorized, excused, and monetized. But that's just me. I don't think it makes me a bad feminist to want to protect victims of sexual assault, especially when those victims are children. It comes back to this idea of like choice feminism, right? Where the be all and end all of freedom in choice feminists' eyes are that everyone should have a choice and everyone should have freedom and the choice is the important thing. And I'm like, yes, choice is very, very important to think about. But we have to admit that sometimes the choices of women, for example, can be harmful to themselves and other women. Like, I've had people say to me that like, oh, well, you can't be concerned about all the studies that show this, and this problem with rape pornography, because I personally find it therapeutic. I personally, as a survivor, find it helps me. And I'm like, okay, but you also have to admit that maybe you might be biased in that. There are people who say, well, I've been through trauma and I drink a lot of alcohol to cope with it, and that's my coping mechanism and it helps me. But that doesn't negate the fact that alcohol in general is a poison that will damage your body and cause more harm, and studies show, you know, the abuse of alcohol can harm you in X, Y, and Z ways. Like, there are choices you can make that you think are healthy and helping you and can still be harmful. And that's why I think, like, having individuals just be like, choice is the important thing, choice. And I'm like, well, sometimes we have to look at the bigger picture and be like, yes, your freedom of choice is important, but we also have to consider the consequences of what your choices are doing to yourself and others. And your freedom of choice is not more important than the freedom of other people as a whole, people as a group, to be safe and happy and looked after. Do you know what I mean? So to tie this all back into the Nick Fuentes thing, because this is relevant, I hope. When it comes to someone like Nick Fuentes, I think the free speech debate gets more complicated because he's American. So the free speech laws there are very different to what they are in the UK, for example, to what they are in Australia, for example, to what they are in other countries. But we're not talking about him being free to criticize his government or not. He is more than okay to do that. What I kind of want to talk about is his freedom to make certain statements on social media. And this is where it gets more complicated, because social media companies are private entities who have a right to say what they do or do not want on their platforms, right? If they don't want misogyny and racism and anti-Semitism being promoted on their platform, they are more than within their rights to say, hey, please don't put this on my property, essentially, you know? Furthermore, it's not like Nick is facing any kind of legal action against him. He's not being arrested for the things he's saying. He's simply being told by being deplatformed, hey, take it somewhere else, yeah? Nick seems to think that anyone who says they don't want to hear what he has to say is treating him unfairly. So, like, listen to this clip.
So what kind of efforts did they make to make you go away?
So this is a couple of months down the line. You know, first they would try to dissuade me from asking questions, because I was friends with a lot of the Daily Wire writers, not just Cassie Dillon, but many of them were Jewish. And I would ask them point blank. I would say, so why do we give Israel all this money? $3.8 billion per year? What is that for? And they would say, well, you know, there's a really good answer for that, but you're asking it in the wrong way. You're asking it in an anti-Semitic way. I'd say, I'm asking for the proof. You know, what's the argument there? And so first it was the sort of, hey man, could you kind of tone it down? Maybe just don't bring that up so much. But I was persistent because at this time I was genuinely inquisitive. I wanted to know, is there an actual reason? And I was actually expecting that there was a really good reason for all of it. And the more that I read, the more that I dug into the subject, the more I found out there's a lot of these neocon Jewish types behind the Iraq war. There's the foreign aid complex, which is really unique. There's AIPAC, which is this intense foreign lobby where it's bipartisan. It seems to be the only thing that the parties can agree on. And so it just made me burn more with curiosity. So I just kept asking them. And eventually they said, you know what? We're not going to talk to you anymore. And these are my friends. I met them, went to Christmas parties with them. And all of them one day said, you're done. We're blocking you. We're never going to speak to you again. We're never going to have you on our show. And I said, wow, like this seems like inhuman. I'm struck by how impersonal this is. Like here, I thought we're friends. We're all conservatives. Maybe we disagree on one issue. Now I'm being canceled by the right. So I was shocked by this.
But for one thing, this completely downplays the seriousness of what he said, because he wasn't just asking questions. He literally claimed that when he gets in power, he wants to kill all Jews. No exaggeration, they were his words, right? These are words that he has said. This is him inciting violence. This is him making violent threats. But more so to say that individuals exercising their personal right to just say, hey, I don't want to hear this, to say that that is inhumane when he's literally talking about wanting to kill whole groups of people is absolutely insane to me, and it's hypocritic beyond words. He's more than happy to brag about how he refuses to listen to people and shout, I'm not listening, I don't care, my audience isn't listening to you. But he's mad when people do it to him. But look at this clip as an example.
So, Josh Hammer, Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, Loomer, you better get the fuck on board with America and Americans and our new vision, which is America first. And if you don't like it, leave. If you don't like it, you can go home. Fortunately, you have spent decades murdering and killing and massacring and raping to make an oasis for yourself in the desert. You can go there. But what I like about my interview with Tucker Carlson is this proves we don't actually need their permission. They can squeal and they can scream like they are. And what Tucker demonstrated on Monday is that you don't need to listen to these people. Tune them out, turn them off, take the volume dial and turn it all the way down. We're not listening anymore. We don't care. Your book about Western civilization and Israel, we don't care. We're not reading it. You're bitching, you're whining, you're squealing about anti-Semitism. Nobody's listening anymore. Nobody cares. Nobody's watching. We've tuned you out. We know what you are. You don't care about us. You don't care about this country. You don't respect this place. You don't respect our ancestors, and you don't even worship our God. So why would we listen to you for one more second? We don't need your permission to have these conversations. We don't need your permission to talk to each other. We don't need your permission to put America first. And they're worried because they know that when people hear this message, they're going to like it. That's why they're squealing. That's why they're talking about no platforming and gatekeeping and censorship. It's not because the message is so horrible and hateful. It's because they know the message is so powerful and compelling. Everyone is going to believe it. Everyone is going to go along with it.
He clearly thinks that being allowed on these more mainstream platforms makes him feel like he has more legitimacy than he didn't have before. And again, I think he's misunderstanding what people have a problem with too. No one's just mad about any powerful message being spread or the fact that you're just popular or you think you are. We're mad because the messages that you, Nick, are sending are harmful to others and that they have led to people treating others badly. And if you're encouraging that in more people, that is concerning. That's what people are mad about. So we come back to this main question about Nick, that all the people who interviewed him have felt the need to try and defend. Should someone platform Nick Fuentes? If you have a podcast or a show or a video series where you interview people, should you give Nick Fuentes a platform to speak directly to your audience? I mean, when we talk about platforming, there are a number of levels to this, you know? There's literally allowing someone on a site you host, for example, a TV station or a platform like YouTube or Twitter or Twitch or whatever, allowing you on their platform to build an audience and create content and reach people. There's inviting a person onto your part of that platform, like these podcast hosts and interviewers are doing when they allow him to directly speak to their audience and have a direct influence on them. Within this category, there's probably two ways of doing it. One, you can endorse him and promote him to your audience, which most of these interviews like Steven Crowder and Tucker Carlson did in the interviews. Or you can actively critique him on air, as Piers Morgan did, and challenge him a little bit, although you can still argue that by giving him your time and energy in that way, you're at least somewhat legitimizing him. There's also the other argument that by making this video, and others like me who don't necessarily allow Nick to come on and speak directly to our audience, but we do at least speak about him, even when there is critique as I'm doing, it could be argued that to some extent we are platforming him and allowing his views to reach a new audience. And you have to kind of wonder, what are the ethics of that? Is it okay to be doing this? Again, I think this is where it gets complicated, and it's up to the individuals to decide what they're personally comfortable with creating and what viewers are comfortable with watching and consuming and why. I know that I personally have a line that I've drawn where I would never allow Nick to speak directly to my audience, because in that mind that would be like endorsing him. However, I do think there are still issues with me even talking about him and critiquing him, because it could open his ideas up to people who wouldn't know him before, you know? People who've never heard of him before are going to learn about him from my video, and that could be problematic. That said, I also have issues with remaining silent while he spreads his hateful message and continues to gain popularity, because in some circumstances, silence can be complicity. Silence can be appropriate in some cases when you don't know enough to speak out about something. You know, there's no point spreading misinformation. But if you do know enough to speak out about something and you choose not to, that can be seen as you being complicit in creating hateful content, for example. I did sit with all this and think about it for a really long time, and I think the conclusion that I came to was that if I don't say something And if I don't critique him and at least make an attempt to educate others, then I would feel guilty. But I also know that I could just as easily push people towards him if I don't handle this video correctly. So there's a lot of pressure, and I'm just doing what I can to find that balance and make the best content I can, really. Some people might just say, well, it's not really a big deal. Ignore him and he'll go away. But this clearly isn't the case. He isn't just going away. His influence and popularity are only growing, and so I think that having people who call him out and critique him and say what you are saying is wrong and here's why is really, really important. Nick himself was radicalized at a young age by a similar sort of online content to what he creates today, and he had no one there to correct the ideas he was hearing, or, you know, he didn't see any critique of them, he didn't push himself to find other information. He had no one in his life saying, hey, maybe don't listen to this. Maybe this is wrong because this, and this. And so I think it's important for people like myself to step in and try at least. I'm not saying we will, but like try at least and be part of the solution and saying, hey, let's not let this happen to other young people, you know? So take a look at these clips.
Well, at 14 years old, I was already very political. I've been political since really I was 12 years old. Around that age, you start to ask questions about the world and how we all got here and, you know, about things that happened before. And so the first thing I ever watched actually was Thomas Sowell on Uncommon Knowledge.
Introduce you to Thomas Sowell.
I just Googled it. A buddy of mine in school was telling me about the private sector. I said, what is the private sector? You know, what is the economy? And so I just Googled it on YouTube, and that was the first thing that came up, and I watched the whole thing, and it was just, I was enamored by it.
So you watch PragerU videos?
Oh, yeah. I was in the Prager Force.
What's that?
It's a Facebook group for college kids, and they promote the PragerU videos.
Wow.
To the college students and high school students.
So you really were a product of the moment.
Absolutely. And then I saw a graphic on 4chan or Twitter, and I'm sure you've seen something similar. It said, this is what the map looks like, the electoral map, if only men vote, if only women vote, if only whites vote, if only non-whites vote. And it became very obvious what the electoral problem is. It's demographics. These immigrants are coming here. They're going to turn Texas blue like they turned California blue.
Yeah, I saw it happen.
Yeah, and you know, you look at even the opinion polls. These people don't believe in free speech. They don't believe in the Constitution, the Second Amendment. As a libertarian, the things that are, and as American, things that are important to you, they don't believe, they don't understand these things. And so I said, that's another political obstacle. You've got the media, you've got immigration.
I think this is clear evidence of how easy it is for young people to be indoctrinated and radicalized online. And now, like I say, Nick is doing it to other young men. He's doing exactly what was done to him, and it's dangerous. For so many channels like PragerU, I keep wanting to say PragerU, and then in my last video where I mentioned them, everyone told me it was PragerU, and now I'm just like, I can't get my head around that for some reason, and it makes sense, and I know it's PragerU, my brain doesn't want to say it. Anyway, sorry, so many channels like PragerU and Nick Fuentes' channel himself are not fact-checked, and a lot of young people watching don't have the skills to go out and check the information that they're presented for themselves. It's something I worry about in my own content, but then, you know, I don't have a particularly young audience. Most of my viewers are in their mid-20s to early 30s like I am, and I do always provide my sources in the video descriptions so you can go and check this stuff out for yourself if you want. And I've had a few people who've been like, you know what, actually, read the data, don't agree with the conclusion you drew from this, and you know what, that's absolutely fine. That's what we want. We want this kind of discussion. I can interpret data or a study in one way and you can interpret it in another, and that's fine. We have a discussion about it. All good. Nick and others like him are always saying how they want their audience to make up their own minds, but they don't actually give people the full resources they need to do that. They purposely target people who lack the critical thinking skills to call them out. They don't provide their sources. They make these big claims without evidence to back it up, and they just expect people to listen to them and suck it all up. And that's what ends up happening. Nick, in particular, tries to make sure he only does interviews with people who'll be licking his bum, like a lot of the interviewers in the clips you're about to see. Even with the Piers Morgan interview, which ended with him absolutely ripping Nick apart and showing all his flaws, even that started with this.
I've seen you talk, as we prepared for this, in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview.
Translation, Nick was worried he'd be challenged and it'd show what an awful person he is, and that's exactly what did end up happening. And Nick was not happy after this, and you'll see why when we watch more clips from this. So I can't see him wanting to do anything like this again anytime soon, you know? So the combination of these influences, 1, misleading their audiences, 2, targeting audiences who don't have the basic critical thinking skills to really understand what they're being told or call them out or question it, and 3, the overall decline in literacy rates, comprehension rates, and critical thinking skills amongst young people are why bigots like Nick Fuentes are getting so popular. They don't use facts. They don't want people to actually think for themselves. They just want to appeal to the base emotions of making people angry, then making them laugh, and then doing it all with this crap-eating grin on their face, which makes people think, oh, well, they must be trustworthy, even though that's not the case. And if you think I'm like, when I talk about people lacking these critical thinking skills, I don't mean that as like an insult. I mean it as this is a genuine problem that we should be concerned about and trying to fix. So look at what some of these teachers online have been saying for the past couple of years about kids and their education and the skills they're lacking. And I actually spoke to my teacher. God, I spoke to my sister-in-law about this over Christmas because she's a teacher, and she says she's seen the exact same things.
Y'all, the literacy rates right now are insane. They're crazy. Kids aren't reading. They're not recognizing letters. They're not recognizing letter sounds. This is going to go much deeper than we think it's going to go. There's teachers in 5th grade saying that their students are reading on a 2nd, 3rd grade level. I have students that can't recognize their letter sounds. I teach 1st grade. We got to do something.
Are we living in a post-literate society? Here is why our minds, our culture, and our politics is being dumbed down. Historians have linked this explosion of literacy to the Enlightenment, human rights, the birth of democracy, even the Industrial Revolution. But now, books are in retreat. Phones are engineered to hijack our attention with endless notifications, pointless short-form videos, and social media rage bait. A new report, funded by Arts Council England, found that British adults are more likely to read social media posts than any other kind of content. Our universities are on the front line of this crisis, teaching the first truly post-literate generation, raised on clips, games, algorithms, and now AI. A study of English literature students at American universities found that they were unable to understand the first paragraph of Charles Dickens' novel Bleak House, a book that was once regularly read by children for fun. When students can't read deeply, they can't access the deep knowledge and critical thinking skills imparted by books. Most of all, our increasingly trivial and mindless culture is a calamity for our politics. Short video always rewards emotion over evidence. As tech erodes literacy and middle-class jobs, we are entering a political era beyond our imagining.
Now, as someone who taught 3rd and 4th graders, I can confirm that the literacy crisis is a very real thing, and everyone should be concerned about it. It affects so much. It's way bigger than you think. So let me just drop some stats really quick. I got the stats. 21% of adults in the U.S. are functionally illiterate. Even more concerning is that 54% of adults in the U.S. read at or below a 6th grade level. And 66% of 4th graders in the U.S. as of 2024 are reading below grade level. A lot of people confuse decoding and actually comprehending what you're reading, understanding what you're reading. Because with each year, the reading gets more complex. And then what happens is, when you get to around 5th, 6th grade, it's less about reading the stories, reading just to learn how to read and comprehend, because you're supposed to do that a little bit earlier, right? So when you get to 6th grade, that child is probably reading at the 3rd grade level now, but they probably have reading for science. They have articles that they have to read for science. They need to read different texts for history, right? So now it's like subject matter things, and they are missing out on all of this because they don't have the basic foundations of reading, understanding what you are reading. So they're just falling behind even with content knowledge. This is when you get on TikTok, you have adults that they don't understand facts versus opinions, or how you take facts. You use those facts to form your own personal opinions. But the facts are still the facts. You can have your opinion about things, but the facts are still the facts. You have people who don't understand this, because if you're not reading to understand, then you can't research. The thing about reading is that it is a very dynamic skill that you have to continue to practice and flex that muscle. It affects not only how you're understanding and analyzing information when you are just reading, but also when you're listening to other people. But at the end of the day, it's easier to have and to control a society of people who don't form their own opinions based off of factual information because they're not reading it. It's easier to control those groups of people because they're going to rely on a small group of thought leaders.
20 years into teaching, and honestly, the students' abilities get lower every single year. And this year, teaching 7th grade, I'd say the average writing level is more like 3rd grade. Anyway, let me read this sample to you, okay? I'm changing it a little bit. When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. I would, spell W-O-O-D. I would be a cool nurse. A cool nurse? And I think nurse are cool because nurse save lives. Like how they save us. What do you mean you can't just reread the directions that I strained my voice to read out loud 3 times? What do you mean you can't just look at the rubric that I made that shows you exactly how to get a grade? And I said if you even wrote a few sentences, you could get a 1, which is a D.
I think y'all realize that when they say that 60% of America is illiterate, they don't mean that you couldn't open up your favorite childhood book and read it front to back. That's not what they mean. Functionally illiterate means that you can look at this word and not know how to sound it out. This is important because some people can be illiterate and not know that they are illiterate. They just think that being illiterate means that they literally cannot read anything, but that's not what it means. If you do not know the difference between there, and there, two, and two, your and your, you are illiterate. If you are using plural women instead of woman, you are illiterate. If you are one of those people who finds yourself chronically missing the point every single time, you might be illiterate. Another part of literacy that people don't talk about is comprehension. You need to be able to look at a body of text and decipher what it was about. When your English teacher would ask you about symbolisms in the text, she wasn't doing that for no reason. And I feel like this whole it's not that deep English teacher trend where they're deciphering music lyrics, they made fun of that, but y'all don't know how badly it affected you because you need that.
Okay, this is becoming a genuinely concerning issue. As a substitute teacher, I am encountering a really concerning number of students who truly do not see any value in learning because as one of the 4th and 5th graders that I was teaching the other day asked me, why do I need to know any of this if a computer or AI can do it for me? A little girl didn't want to learn how to read because why would she need to when she could have the computer read it to her? Why would she need to know how to count when a calculator could do it or when she could just take a picture of her math problem and have the AI do it for her? This is a legitimate issue because if for whatever reason we lose the ability to have access to these things, we have an entire generation of kids who's going to be entirely helpless without the internet, and that is not okay. If you as a parent are encouraging this behavior and allowing your child to use AI for everything, you have a problem and you need to be teaching them otherwise.
As I said in a couple of those clips, if we don't teach kids the fundamental skills and don't teach them basic critical thinking skills, then they are just sitting ducks waiting to be taken advantage of by people like Nick Fuentes, and that will lead to people being harmed. Now, obviously, this isn't all kids. I still see some good stuff out there. Like, there's this woman I keep seeing on, like, Instagram and stuff who, she sits down with her son and watches all of these, like, political videos, social commentary videos, and other things like that. You know, videos of Andrew Tate and stuff like that. And she sits down and watches them with him and then asks him questions about his understanding of what he just watched and then asks him to form his own opinions about it, including like disagreeing with the speakers. So she'll be like, okay, now what was he saying there? Like, and she'll get him to kind of like rephrase it in his own words and be like, and what does that mean? And then she'll be like, okay, and do you agree with that? And he'll say whatever, and he's like, okay, why or why not, blah, blah, blah. And it's really good, I think. I mean, I'm not a fan of using kids for content in general. I'm going to show you an example of this, but I'll censor the kid's face, obviously. But I think it's a good demonstration of, like, good parenting, teaching kids good, useful skills. And I think this is what I'd like to see more of in real life, of, like, parents and teachers and guardians doing with young kids, you know? This won't solve everything, but it's a good first step.
My position on the 19th Amendment, which is the right to vote for women, basically the reason why I say I think we should repeal it is because Well, number one, women are single issue voters, right? They vote typically for whoever's going to let them be a whore and kill babies, typically is what they do, which tends to be Democrats. Number two, women have no skin in the game. I find it absolutely preposterous that women are able to vote for the commander-in-chief who runs the military, who can send us to wars, but they have no skin in the game and don't have to go to war.
So what is he trying to tell his audience?
He's saying that if women don't have a position in the government or the military, that they should have a right to vote.
How do you feel about that?
I feel like he's very wrong. I feel like women should have the right to vote. You're taking about half the country away from voting.
But let's say if a man and woman are married and say they have a couple kids, the man goes to work, the woman stays home. The man goes to war, the woman stays home, so she doesn't have skin in the game. Who takes care of the kids?
The women.
Who makes sure the kids are raised well?
The women.
Who makes sure the kids get to school?
The women.
Why would he not think that would be skin in the game?
Maybe by game he means government or military. I'm not sure.
Women have all sorts of talents.
The world would fall apart without you guys.
But it's not just a lack of critical thinking skills that's the issue. For some people, like Nick himself, it's because he wasn't exposed to any kind of diversity as a kid. Listen to this.
You know, I could get behind Trump because he's a winner. He'll win for our side. And that was kind of the first big thing. And then, as I listened to him more and more, his speeches and his rhetoric, I started to think about immigration.
Which you hadn't really considered before?
Never. And the reason why is because I was from a 95% white suburb. So the diversity had not really reached my corner of Chicago yet. Me and my family, not so much my family, they grew up in the city, but growing up in the suburbs, I was insulated from that. So it was just not even, it's actually, you're going to love this. I don't know if I've ever even said this on an interview before. I was listening to Mark Levin's show. This goes to show how normie I was.
Actually?
I listen to him every day.
You listen to Mark Levin every day?
In high school, yes.
Wow.
I was a fan. I loved his show. And I actually liked how he was kind of obnoxious and mean to his callers.
Yeah.
Vicious. And I liked that. I thought that was funny. But I'll never forget one show. He goes live and he says, America's becoming a majority non-white country. Does anybody think that's a good idea? And I was thinking to myself, yeah, that actually doesn't sound so good. I didn't really even think that America's becoming majority minority like that.
Wait, so you were radicalized on race by Mark Levin?
Yes.
Imagine if your first exposure to an entire group of people was one, from someone you admit yourself is mean, and two, from a politician who is trying to make you scared of that group so they can maintain power over you. Of course you're going to turn against them and feel afraid of them and not understand them or see them as humans.
And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. Everybody was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant.
It's so easy to demonize others when you've not been around them. Nick said that he personally doesn't like places looking different or being different than where he grew up, and he wants everywhere in America to be like where he grew up and where he enjoys living and what he likes. It's a very self-centered and ignorant view. Nick was never truly around people of colour or immigrants or any other group that he hates when he was young and forming his worldview, so he never got to see them as real humans. It wasn't just that he wasn't around those people, he wasn't even around people who viewed those people as humans. He's told stories time and time again of his dad being incredibly racist, so of course he picked up on it too, right? And this is one of the reasons why diversity and representation is so damn important. It's not just so people see people like themselves represented in the media, but so others can learn about them and understand that, hey, these are real people with real feelings and real lives and real identities too. I'm personally a big believer that works of fiction can be incredibly powerful tools to help people learn to have empathy for others. And so many people online criticize me and put me down because they're like, oh no, you put too much emphasis on fiction. You take it too seriously. And I'm like, no, fiction can teach us to be good people, and fiction can also teach us some really harmful things. I think people underestimate the role that the media they consume, even when it's fictional, has on forming their worldview. And this was another really odd criticism I got a few years back, where two women got really mad at me because I said the book Maus, M-A-U-S, Maus, was a great tool for teaching people about the Holocaust, because even though it was based on the author's dad's real-world experience, seeing it happen to characters in the book that the reader was already emotionally attached to was a good way of helping them understand that historical events that could have easily just stayed abstract to them, it made them understand that it was real and increased the sympathy and empathy they had and the understanding they had for the people who went through it, you know? And I said that, like, I think in general, people get emotionally attached to fictional characters more than they get emotionally attached to, like, you know, just statistics. If I say to you 6 million people died, you're like, oh, okay, that sounds like a lot, but if I say to you, okay, here's this 9-year-old boy and he likes football and he carries his teddy bear everywhere and he plays hide and seek with his little sister every Saturday morning, and his favorite subject in school is geography, and he wants to grow up to be a, I don't know, football player, something. And, you know, I give you like a real sense of his identity and who he was as a person. And then I tell you about how he was, you know, taken from his home in the middle of the night and stuffed in a ghetto. And then eventually he was moved to a concentration camp, and there he was killed in the most brutal way. He was starved and then put in a gas chamber, and his body was burnt alive. And as you could see him lying dead, his little teddy bear was burnt with him. That's horrific and horrible. Like, that was fictional, but we know that happened to real children and real people. And, you know, sometimes you need to understand that you need to have this real connection with them to understand just how barbaric these actions were, because being given stats and numbers can be abstract and it doesn't always connect with you on that deeper level. Understanding that these were real damn people with lives and families and hopes and dreams and goals, that's what gets you most emotional, right? And anyway, so these two women said that I was wrong to say that books and fiction and kind of biographical fiction, so like semi-fiction, semi-real, that sort of thing, I was wrong to say that those could be helpful tools for teaching about the Holocaust, because people should just inherently know the Holocaust is wrong and shouldn't need a book to tell them, and that I was an awful person for my view. And I have to disagree. I know where they're coming from. I know why they were saying that, but I think they're wrong. When you haven't lived something yourself, or you haven't known someone who has, it can be really hard to put yourself in their shoes unless you actually make an effort to connect with the people it's happened to, right? As humans, we don't necessarily just know right from wrong inherently. That's why early socialization and having good role models around is so damn important. If you've never been around a Jewish person, in those formative years especially, and you've never taken the time to learn what the Holocaust was actually like for Jewish people, black people, gay people, travellers, and everyone else who was persecuted during that time, then how would you know it's wrong? If you never learn about it, if you never hear about it, if you never understand that those people that were hurt were people. If you've only ever heard about that experience from, for example, actual Nazis, and you only hear that when you're young and impressionable, and they tell you that, oh, it's fine, we burnt a bunch of bodies, but it's not like they were real people anyway, they were just vermin. If that's all you hear, then that's what you're going to believe. That can very easily become your normal at those young ages, right? But if instead you have people saying to you, hey, remember these were real people, these victims weren't just numbers and stats, these were human beings that you start to empathize with them, you start to understand them, you put yourself in their shoes, you imagine it happening to people you know and love, you understand just how it affected these individuals on a personal level. You know, when you learn about those victims, when you do that through speaking to people who were affected by it, or having family affected by it, or interacting with history books or documentaries, or seeing the real world effects, engaging in even fictionalized media like books and films and comics which tell the stories of those real people, that's how you can learn and connect, right? And I don't think it's wrong of me to say that I think books and comics, whether they're entirely biographical or partly fictionalized, can be a great tool for expanding empathy and understanding. So anyway, another aside. Sorry, my point is, Nick was never exposed to this kind of thing when he was young. He was never around people who were affected by the Holocaust. He was never around people who were affected by anti-Semitism or racism. Combine that with the stories he's told of his dad being racist and not wanting to eat at restaurants where black people worked, for example, it is clear to see that Nick never got a chance in those early formative years to see certain groups of people as real and human that he should care about. And that has clearly messed him up, right? And clearly this is where a lot of his hateful views have come from. And now he's trying to have that same influence on other young people too. He's trying to keep them sheltered and in this like narrow whites-only worldview that he promotes, so they don't realize that the other people that Nick are talking about are actual people, you know? And like I say, I think it's clear that Nick is having an influence on people and he knows it, because listen to these two very worrying clips.
You know, it was after the election last year. I put out this tweet and I said, your body, my choice on election night. And, you know, I wasn't, look, I'm not going to apologize for it, but I thought it was like a weak joke. It's like a lame joke. It's kind of like the most obvious turn of phrase.
It's a college joke. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
So I wasn't, I had other good jokes that night, but that was like the one that caught on because I just think it captured the imagination of liberals who were like, it's over for us, you know, which it kind of is, you know, but in some ways. But so I put that out there. I didn't even vote for Trump, but I put that tweet out.
Who'd you vote for?
I didn't vote at all. I just recused myself. But that's just what makes it ironic, because I became in some ways emblematic of the election, even though I didn't participate. But so it got 100 million impressions on Twitter, and people were saying on the news that kids were saying it in school. It was on like the news that in middle schools and high schools, the boys were saying that to the girls, your body, my choice. So it became this thing where it's like, he's creating this toxic environment for women.
Everyone knows it. And you know as well as anybody that in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, there's only going to be more Nick Fuenteses. There's only going to be more Groypers. Your vice president, J.D. Vance, even he knows he has to pander to us. Even he at Turning Point USA had to pander to us and answer questions about Palantir and Miriam Adelson and whether Trump obeys Israel, because that's the way this country is going.
See, something that he feels was just a stupid joke ended up having such a big influence on people, especially young people. He joked about creating a toxic environment for women, but that's exactly what he did. And even now, he knows he's also gaining influence with actual politicians, and now they have to, in his words, pander to him, and that's concerning. Anyway, we're going to move on to these two final sections of this video now, where we take a closer, more in-depth look at some of the things Nick has been saying, especially in the last couple of months of 2025. There's some older clips in here as well that kind of are to give context of his views as they've been over the years, but mostly these are clips from like interviews and stuff he's done in the last few months of 2025, because like I said, he's recently been on this big push to be shown on more mainstream platforms. He is getting more popular, and while he's trying to water down his views a little while on these podcasts and interviews, we can't escape what an awful person he truly is. So while I can't cover absolutely everything he says about every topic, I'm just going to cover two of the big main ones that I find most concerning, and they are his racism and anti-Semitism and his misogyny. We're going to take a look at a lot of what he's been saying, compare it with some clips from his own shows over on Rumble and other networks over the years, and then critique those views and the ideology of Nick Fuentes to show just how harmful and wrong he is. Okay, racism and anti-Semitism. This is a really, really big topic, and to give Nick his fairest shot, let's start by taking a look at his answers to being outright asked if he is racist and anti-Semitic.
Can you clear the air? Nick Fuentes, do you hate all Jews, sir?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you consider yourself an anti-Semite, a noted anti-Semite?
No.
Okay. Clears that up. Do you believe that white people are superior to all other races on the planet?
No.
Okay. Do you want to eradicate all non-whites from the United States?
No.
I think it's easy to say this stuff when you're given a yes or no question like this and when you're trying to make yourself look good, but the problem is that the rest of his words and actions say and show otherwise. I'm a big believer that your actions need to back up your words. It's why I don't just sit here and say things like, I support women, I support the LGBTQ plus community, and instead I go out and live a life that actually supports and fulfills those values. I fundraise and I donate money to charities like Refuge, Mermaids, AKT. I support and stand up for people in my day-to-day life. I've centered my career around trying to educate people on these topics and more. Like, that's my actions backing up my words. It's easy for Nick to sit there and be like, ha ha ha, I don't hate all Jewish people, I don't hate all black people, but his actions repeatedly suggest otherwise. Although don't worry, he can back up why he's not racist or anti-Semitic. Just listen.
And, you know, like, and not to be that guy and say that thing, but like, my best friend is a Jewish person.
No,
you know,
so my best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family, so.
Okay.
Stop it. Come on. We all know this is nonsense. So instead, let's listen to what he actually has to say on this topic. And it seems that when people actually call him out on it, instead of just sucking up to him, he's actually more willing to admit how hateful he is.
Then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin colour, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. You know, I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage.
No, Nick, no, this isn't normal. Not everyone does. Sure, there might be some little lizard brain response unconsciously. Sure, there might be some little lizard brain response telling certain people unconsciously to seek out people who look similar to us for safety, but we're not purely little lizard-brained people running on instinct anymore. Most of us, with the exception of Nick Fuentes, are more evolved than that and actually think logically and can bypass basic instincts and actually feel empathy and care and be logical about not excluding people just because they look a bit different to you. We know for a fact that people who seek out more diverse groups of friends and people to be around and work with are the kindest, the most empathetic, the most intelligent, have the best ideas, and can get the best work done together. There is a real benefit to diversity that Nick just doesn't seem to understand. His lack of curiosity about the world is quite sad to see, to be honest, and even putting aside all the harm he's causing to other people, it just makes me think he must live such a bland and boring life. And of course, when he was pushed further, he actually full-on admits, yeah, he's racist.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But you expect you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't see how anyone can deny the harm he's done and continues to do when they see him openly admit to this. And not only this, he thinks all white people should be racist. It's insane.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by
Absolutely.
that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them?
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people,
I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that.
As a white person myself, no. We are never justified in being racist. And yes, there is violence everywhere in the world, sadly. And there are violent incidents happening all the time. And in certain situations, like, if you're walking home late at night as a woman, and you see a man of any race also alone, I understand if you want to put some distance between yourself and him to protect yourself, right? That's a normal reaction. You see a potentially dangerous situation and you respond to it. But I don't see how this translates to all white people needing to avoid all black people in all situations. I'm not going to feel scared walking down a brightly lit street in the middle of the day if I see a black man coming towards me, or, an Indian woman walking with a pram with a baby in it, just because they're not white. The context matters. Like, suggesting someone is somehow more dangerous because of their skin color is entirely ridiculous and illogical, and there's nothing to back that up other than if you're racist. And him saying that white people have been beaten into submission is such a sickening and tone-deaf phrase when that's literally what millions of black slaves went through. Oh God, he's the worst. But I mean, you could go the other way too, right? Like, did you know that most mass shooters are straight, white, cisgender males? And if you're walking down the streets in America, anyone could be carrying a gun at any time, right? Does this mean I'd be justified in running away every time I saw a white, cis man in America? I mean, that's not a harmful stereotype, is it? No, that's just me protecting my safety, if we use Nick's flawed logic. Funnily enough, Piers also made this argument in response, and Nick responded to him by saying that it's about proportionality. He says there's a higher proportion of black men who commit violent crimes than the proportion of white men, which is also what he uses to justify his put all black people in prison stance, which we'll get to in a minute, don't worry. But yeah, if proportionality matters so much to Nick, proportionally, men commit more violent crimes than women do. So I guess all women should avoid all men at all times, and we should just put all men in prison, right? That's what Nick's logic says. But come on, that's silly, and this is why stereotyping doesn't work. Stats like this are descriptive, not prescriptive. So we cannot say who is dangerous based on what they look like or which demographic they fall into. To keep ourselves as safe as possible, we need to look for other indicators. Context, where are we? What time is it? Who else is around? How is an individual behaving? We can't just judge someone based on outward appearance and say this is justifying racism.
So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of... No,
the proportion
again,
of the population.
Are you hearing it? No.
See,
What's
I think the trouble with your
proportion?
statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wish we could have seen from those other interviewers who just rolled over and were like, wow, no way, wow, when he started speaking nonsense. But don't worry, we are going to actually be seeing those in a few moments. Piers literally gave him the per capita stats here. Out of mass shooters, more are white than black. But out of the whole population per capita, equal numbers of black and white people are likely to go on to be mass shooters. Still a little higher amongst white people, I believe, but basically comparable. But even when presented with this, Nick will not accept it and keeps saying that Piers isn't giving him the correct information when he already has. He spends minutes repeatedly asking for the per capita stats when they were already given to him, but he refuses to listen to them. You can't argue with this level of stupidity, Nick, though, just kept bringing up this idea that black people are inherently more violent, and he kept twisting stats to try and prove that. And this is where he said he believes that black people should be in prison. It's disgusting. Listen to this.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
He tried to claim afterwards that he just meant black people who murder people. But I've said this in other videos, if you look at stats of who is most likely to commit violent crimes, it's pretty equal amongst all races and ethnicities. What is not equal is that black men are more likely to be arrested and convicted of murder and violent crimes at much higher rates than any other group, especially compared to white men. And white men are the most likely to get away with all types of violent crime. So I'm pretty sure in America you're already putting black people in prison at a disproportionate rate. Don't try and pretend this is about crime and concern for people's well-being when it's just Nick being racist. There's other factors to consider too, like how often when identifying perpetrators, victims or witnesses will or can be very likely to misidentify the race of the perpetrator due to faulty memory, or, it's maybe dark at night and you can't see properly, or even unconscious biases that they have. And let's say, just for argument's sake, that the percentage of black people committing violent crimes is higher. Let's think about why that could be. It's not because they're inherently more violent, it's likely due to the circumstances that they're living in. Perhaps being more likely to grow up in areas with high crime rates, perhaps being more likely to grow up in poverty without access to social care, so they have to turn to crime to survive. Perhaps it's because they were left behind by the education system more often. There's lots of factors which we can consider and address before resorting to unhelpful and untrue racist stereotypes. And even if this was true, the solution is not just put everyone in prison. It's how do we get these people a better education, better social care, more resources to get out of poverty without having to resort to crime, and so on. Nick just doesn't bother to think about the actual human beings. All he cares about is he's got a prejudice, murder everyone, and if you can't murder everyone, put them in prison. But anyway, he goes on to try and clarify his position and seems to think it's all one big joke.
You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny, or?
I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Again, it's not funny. These are real people's lives you're talking about. It's not a joke. Moving forward in that interview a little, and Piers once again called out Nick for pulling statistics completely out of his bum.
Black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100.
See, he's an unreliable source. He really, really is. It's a shame to see that no other interviewers he spoke to called him out for this kind of nonsense, and instead they just let him get away with justifying his position and in some cases straight up lying to them. Let's look at some examples. Let's start with the ones who tried to get him to talk about his love of America and pose it all as this positive thing instead of the hate-fueled racism it actually is.
What do you love most about America?
Well, I love that we're a superpower. I love that because I really do believe that, when you look at the history of Western civilization, I love the idea of an empire. I love the idea of the Roman Empire, the Spanish Empire, British Empire. And I love the idea that we just have this crazy productive capacity, huge population, huge resources. I like the power of America. That's something I've really been liking a lot lately.
So I think this tells us a lot about Nick and how a lot of his views actually stem from his love of and his personal need to feel powerful, if you will, which just to me says that he's an insecure little boy. He then goes on to compare America with Europe and completely whitewashes America's history and misunderstands and misrepresents Europe as a whole.
Because when you compare us to Europe, you look at Europe and it's sort of petty and small and they're squabbling and they're fighting, between these like little towns and villages. And I like that there's just like this sense of nationhood in America between European Christian people and other people too, of course. But for the most of our history, it was mostly the Europeans. But
I have to ask, has he ever been to Europe? Because that's not what we do. And sorry, but what do you mean for most of history? No, for most of history, Native Americans lived happily on those lands before you white colonizers came and stole from them, murdered them, raped them, and brought infections and disease and took over everything. I don't know if he's just ignorant of history or if he's whitewashing it on purpose. Like, this is the thing, I don't know if it's stupidity or malice or both. I want to say both. I can't believe he actually looks up to things like the British Empire. Even most British people today recognise how messed up that was, and it's not something we're proud of. This was an interview with Stephen Crowder, by the way, who was so far up Nick's bum in this interview that he tried to claim that the people who criticise Nick on the left are... well, just listen to this.
I do believe, this is my belief, that the progressive left is a death cult. That's the only common denominator that I see.
It would be hilarious if it wasn't such a dangerous view to have. I literally wrote in my original notes when I first watched this, is he suffering from religious psychosis? Genuine question. Now, having watched back, I don't think he is. I don't know what's wrong with him. Anyway, back on Nick's America's so great, but only when it's white narrative. He went on about this more in other interviews, and notice his love of power narrative again in this first clip. So it all kind of ties together, you know?
The one thing that Trump has right is he understands in order to take power, well, in order to do what you want to do, you got to take power first. In order to take power, you have to engage the media, because the media is really the enemy. It's a very early kind of understanding of how politics actually works.
And fake news, he hasn't even said fake news yet. So this is
Right.
pre him saying fake news.
Exactly. But he would fight the moderators in the debates, even Fox News, because Roger Ailes had it out for him early on. And I said, he's going to fight the mainstream media. That's essential, because if you can't fight the media, you can't win. If you don't win, you can't do what you want. And then I thought about immigration and how it's affecting the voting patterns, because I looked at one meme in 2016 and it said, this is what the 2012 election would look like if only white men voted, if only men voted, if only, I'm sure everybody's seen it. And what became clear is that if only non-white people are voting, the country, they vote 90% left. Blacks voted 97% for Obama in 2008, in 2012. If immigration is making the country less white, and if non-white people only vote Democrat, Asians is like 75%, Hispanics at that time, 70%, blacks, 90%, I said, it's clear where the country's going to go, what direction this is headed in. I said, so, and the reason this is happening is because these people aren't assimilating. So before we can even think about individualism, the Constitution, et cetera, we got to take out the media. And by take out, you know, what I mean by that is you got to fight back. And two, you have to secure the border, because if the Democrats bring in all these illegals and legal immigrants, they're going to flip Texas, and that's the way it's going to go.
If you were ever in doubt of how racist Nick Fuentes is, even after hearing him flat out admit he's racist, you just need to watch this clip. He doesn't want non-white people voting because he only wants his own needs taken care of. He only wants white people in power doing what they want, and he only wants white people to have a voice. That is sickening. He goes on to spout more white nationalist views here too.
The country's going to become majority minority in the 2030s. So when I'm old and gray and I have grandkids, what is the country they're going to look like?
And you're questioning this. You're questioning, you're having this dialogue, you're asking yourself, I'm concerned that I'm going to lose the identity of what it means to be an American. Is it more that? Is it more Caucasian? Is it more white? What do you mean it's going to lose its identity?
It's all of that. It's all of that, that it's not going to be white people. It's not going to be Christian. It's not going to be speaking English. It won't be safe. No baseball, no hot. Like all these different layers of identity are kind of being blown up.
Who are you sharing this?
America was a white country. It's becoming a non-white country through immigration. And we're talking about the impact that that's going to have. What does it really mean for us? Yes, they're going to vote Democrat, probably. Will they vote Democrat forever? Yeah, they're not quite like us. Can they ever be like us? What does it mean to be white versus black, or white versus any other race for that matter?
Once again, he's whitewashing America's history, and you'll see he does this a lot. I'm sorry, did he just forget about all the Native American people that immigrant white people came and killed and stole land from? I don't see how being a white country is a good thing either. I hate this othering of other races, as though white is the default and anything else is other or lesser. It's absolutely sickening. And he does this in other interviews too.
it was very specific that he said inclusive populism. And I really didn't like that because to me, there were a lot of similar phrases at this time, multiracial, working class, populism, this kind of stuff. And I said, you know, on some level, we do need to be exclusive, not inclusive. We do need to be right-wing. We do need to be Christian. We do, on some level, need to be pro-white, not to the exclusion of everybody else, but recognizing that white people have a special heritage here as Americans.
Like, I'm sorry, what do you mean a special heritage? White people stole the country. That's special heritage. Again, Piers Morgan tried to call him out for this, and he just tried to say it's different in some way.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was.
Yeah, it's different because your ancestors were colonizers as opposed to just immigrants who just wanted a nice life, to work, to get an education, to raise a family, or find a place of safety away from war or persecution, or abuse. You're right that it's different, except what your ancestors did was way, way worse. And this is telling, isn't it? He doesn't mind some immigrants as long as they're white or European. He just complains about the ones from, in his words, non-white countries. It all comes back to his racism again. And I think he's forgetting just how important immigrants are for a lot of countries. Take the UK, for example, and so many of our skilled and more basic labourers are immigrants. Our doctors, our teachers, our university lecturers, our engineers, our builders, our taxi drivers, our shop workers. So many of our students who are helping to build our future are immigrants, and the work they do is invaluable, and they keep our society functioning. The UK, as just one example, would not be half the country it is without the damn hard work of immigrants. But Nick doesn't think about that because he doesn't see people. He just sees skin colour shaped by his own prejudices. He goes on more to complain about America becoming too diverse in so many of his interviews, and this is where we're going to start to talk about his anti-Semitism too.
And that's what I have a problem with, that pretty soon everywhere it's going to be so diverse, linguistically, ethnically, religiously, that you can't even say America is anything. You know, like the mayor of Minneapolis, he's doing advertisements in Somalian. What is that?
Yeah. How do you feel about that?
I think that's horrible.
What do you think about between the two communities, Muslim and Jews? Which one concerns you more?
Jews, for sure.
Tell me why.
More powerful. They're more powerful.
So more powerful in a way, you're talking the fact that they have money, finance, Hollywood. Is that what you're
Yeah, they have more position in American society.
And how do you think they got that?
I think they got it because they are extremely connected. They're a transnational entity. You know, this is how the Rothschilds got started. Their superpower is that they live everywhere, and they have their Jewish identity supersedes their local identity. So a Jewish person in America or in Germany or in France or in the UK, they can all talk to each other and work together.
Do you think that's a bad thing?
Not in and of itself. It is detrimental for America.
Does he not see that what he's complaining about, what he actually has a problem with, is about people who hoard wealth and power and oppress others? That's nothing to do with being Jewish or not. There are plenty of people hoarding wealth from every religion and culture and race. This is a class problem and a capitalism problem, not a race problem or an ethnicity problem or a religion problem. I know plenty of Jewish people who are not hoarding wealth. They don't have a bunch of power. They don't communicate with other Jews around the world. Like, he's basing this all entirely on stereotypes, not reality. Before we dive into that further, though, I just want to touch on Nick's love of genocidal dictators. So let's look how he talks about Hitler and Stalin and defends them, calling them great guys. And you might say, oh yeah, okay, this is just him being edgy. He's just making about a joke. It doesn't mean anything. Except he repeatedly says he wants America to have a dictator.
It's actually funny. It was December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And It's Joseph Stalin's birthday.
Oh.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan of Stalin's.
Mm-hmm. Always an admirer, but we don't need to go into that, I guess.
Well, that's okay. Let's get back. We'll circle back to that.
Everything that I ask is genuine here because I'm trying to see where we disagree. Because I think Stalin is a fascinating historical character. You're talking to a guy. We did the Great Diktoff, where we did brackets for 3 days of Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot, Mao. Funniest one was Papa Doc in Haiti because he sucked Pinochet, who wasn't all wrong. And we were very clear about this. And I think Mao ended up winning. Might have been Pol Pot, though the number wasn't as high, but he was just really dumb and really brutal, which is a bad combination. How could you get, if we're talking about now, to Stalin's industrial results without Stalin's methods? If you want to get to a Catholic, first off, have you said Catholic theocracy? Is that, am I misquoting?
I might have said it, but I don't believe in a Catholic theocracy. I think that the government should be Christian, but not a theocracy.
Okay. Not a dictatorship either?
We might need a very powerful executive for a short amount of time. I think that's maybe unavoidable. Question of our government has no efficacy and it's not responsive to the needs or the wants of the people. So it's not really a democracy and it also isn't working. So what do you do in that situation? Well, people start to say, and this is, as you know, this is the natural evolution of things. The people cry out for a tyrant. The people cry out for a dictator. Give us change. Give us reform. And I certainly feel that. I think that's compelling. I would say that we should start with a more powerful president. And I would not be opposed to, something like a king that sits over the president.
I'll play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
Do you regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest.
And what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay. That's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, I
mean,
do.
Can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow up?
He murdered 12 million
childish.
people. He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. This. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
not that
what
serious.
I'm getting at.
Not that serious.
Do you want to say more about
he's
a monster?
You're not a kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager.
It's just all so concerning. I feel like the only immature person here is Nick. And again, this was very telling to me in that very last clip, because his first thought wasn't about how awful this topic is. It was that someone is going to make a clip of this. This is all one big game to Nick. This online game where he can say and do whatever he wants and be all inflammatory, and it doesn't matter as long as he's getting money and attention. But this isn't a game. His words do have real-world consequences. The topics he discusses do affect real people in the real world, and he doesn't seem to realize this, and it's terrifying. To hear a man with so much increasing influence repeatedly talking about how he idolizes Hitler and Stalin, they're cool guys, it's not that deep, alongside him saying, I think America needs a dictator, is scary as hell. He jokes himself about things like this.
As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
And yeah, sure, if you saw this out of context, just like a little clip on TikTok or whatever, you might agree with him and think that people being worried about some edgy kid, not a kid by the way, he's 28 years old, is ridiculous. However, I'd argue that this is a genuine worry because look at the next couple of clips. Steven Crowder is quick to defend Nick by saying he's never seen a reason to worry about this.
Because someone said, I can't believe you would have Nick on when Steven Crowder, you say that you would never have someone on who calls for the death of anyone of a political stripe, because Nick has called for the deaths of all Jews. I'm like, well, by the way, I don't fully agree with some of the things that you say about the Juifs, as we call them in French, but I've never heard you call for the death of all Jews.
Okay, it sounds reasonable, right? No! Just 10 minutes earlier in that interview, Crowder himself literally played a clip of just that. And I warn you, this is one of the most sickening things I've ever heard from Nick. I'm going to play it you. It's a long clip, but bear with me.
Sure. It just makes me sick to my stomach. There is an occult element at the high levels of society, and specifically among the Jews. And, you know, whenever I see that stuff, it just makes me want to proclaim louder and more firmly and more rigidly that it is nothing other than Jesus Christ. No pagan stuff, no false gods, no deities, no demons. It is Jesus Christ. And we need to start saying that name more. I feel like I haven't said his name enough on the show lately. But that is what breaks the spell. It's the name. It's the name Jesus. Talk about it. Say it. Pray to him. Talk about the sacrifice on the cross. That's the answer. Because so many of the people that are perpetrating the lies and the destruction on the country, they are evildoers. They are people that worship false gods. They are people that practice magic or rituals or whatever. And more than anything, those people need to be, when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. Straight up. And I'm far more concerned about that than I am about even non-white people or mass migration. These people that are communing with demons and engaging in this sort of witchcraft and stuff, and these people that are suppressing the name Christ and suppressing Christianity, they must be absolutely annihilated when we take power. I'm not calling for political violence, but that cannot have any quarter in our society. And we need to put up a crucifix
that part they cut out.
In every home, in every room, in every school, and every government office to signal Christ's reign over our country. Not that God needs it, but it must be outwardly expressed from the interior that this is God's country. This is Jesus' country. This is not the domain of atheists or devil worshippers or perfidious Jews. This is Christ's country. So, anyway, I know the guy earlier said, can you be agnostic and be America first? I'm amending my answer. No, you must be a Christian. And you must submit to Christianity.
So yeah, this was Nick literally saying that he believes anyone who is an atheist, a Jew, a pagan, or any religion other than his idea of Christianity is evil and must be killed. He said when we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. They must be annihilated when we take power. There is no way you can ignore or excuse those words. You cannot play it off as a joke. You cannot deny his anti-Semitism when he's literally calling for the death of all Jews. And Nick cannot deny his hate and bigotry when he's calling for the mass death of millions of people. This is simply attempting to incite genocide, and there's no other way to view it. Steven Crowder, who you heard briefly talking over that clip, claims that originally this was posted online without the proper context, so he wanted to play the full clip, which is what you just saw. But honestly, it's just worse. There's no way you can excuse anything said here. Steven likes to point out that Nick said, I'm not calling for political violence, except that's literally what he was doing. I can't say, well, I'm not eating a chocolate bar while stuffing my face with a chocolate bar and expect people to believe it. You were literally just calling for political violence in saying the government needs to enforce the death penalty against anyone who isn't Christian. What is that if not inciting political violence? Nick does attempt to backtrack a little, and Crowder refuses to really challenge him on saying any of this at all.
So no, that they always do this. I do a show every night, as you know, and you sometimes get whipped up and you say something like that. So I don't know that I have a policy of like when I get in charge, I'm going to give everyone the death penalty. But suffice to say, the people that are involved in that kind of stuff, they can't be negotiated with. It's not going to be a power sharing agreement with people that worship Moloch and Baal and the Epsteins and who is it, the Podestas. Like those people are going to have to be like imprisoned or something something like that, because that stuff just makes me sick to my stomach. So that was the gist, but it's not like my program is, so we're going to become president, that we're going to kill a bunch. I'm not in favor of the death penalty even at all, really.
So as of December 2025, Nick claims he's no longer in favor of the death penalty anymore, but he does want everyone who isn't Christian to be imprisoned. And his excuse for saying he wanted to murder them all is that he just got fired up. I mean, I get fired up sometimes. I get passionate. I get emotional, especially when I'm talking about topics I really care about. But I've never once in that state tried to incite a genocide. You know? I don't think it's a normal reaction to get emotional and call for the death of millions of people. After this, he went on to rant about how people on the left perform demon-worshipping, bloodletting rituals, and we're the worst for that, so that's something. But I know I just threw a lot of information at you there, so let's just recap for a second what we just heard. Steven Crowder plays a clip of Nick Fuentes literally saying, when we take power, they, meaning Jewish and non-Christian people, need to be given the death penalty. They need to be annihilated. Crowder then says, after playing this clip, I've never heard you call for the death of Jews. And then just a week or so later, Nick tells Piers Morgan, I don't understand why people think I'll become like Hitler if I get in power. You can't make this nonsense up, can you? You cannot make it up. Do you now realise how damn dangerous Nick Fuentes is and has the potential to be? It's scary. But this isn't all. This isn't all. It just gets worse and worse. Nick has repeatedly tried to downplay and deny that the Holocaust happened to the extent that it did, and he refuses to care about this absolutely barbaric and tragic series of events at all. And again, the only person I've seen call him out for this lately is Piers Morgan. Everyone else just sits back and lets him get away with it. I'll say it again, I do not like Piers Morgan. I absolutely fundamentally disagree with him on a number of issues, but I am so glad he called out Nick in this way. Let's take a look at this whole segment, which starts by Nick talking about, and I feel uncomfortable even saying this phrase, world Jewry. And don't worry, Piers calls him out for this.
You have this opposition to world Jewry. I mean, it's one thing to criticise, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people.
Nick just refuses to answer direct questions and get to the point, doesn't he? People think he's such a great speaker and he's this and that and he's... But honestly, he just talks a bunch of nonsense without ever actually answering the original question he was asked. He sounds smart and well-spoken to dumb people, but if you actually listen to him, he's just mouthing off without answering actual questions he was challenged on. He speaks a lot without actually saying anything of any substance. He rambled on for minutes about the World Jewish Conference existing and all sorts of stuff, but none of it had to do with the question. The question was, you say you're opposed to world Jewry, but also don't hate any Jews. How can both of these be true? And Nick's response is, well, Jews exist around the world. It's like, yes, we know Jews exist. We don't need a lesson on them. We want to know your thoughts and how you explain these two apparent contradictory statements that you've made. But he refuses to answer. He literally never actually answers. And you can go and watch this interview in full. He doesn't answer.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, To the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow, because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
I do actually. I mean, I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon?
Yeah, I don't think I need to explain to you guys how damn disrespectful and disgusting this is, and also just shows a lack of basic education on this topic. There were many ways that Jewish people, black people, gay people, travellers, and other groups were killed during the Holocaust. Mass shootings, starving to death, getting severe infections in work and death camps, being experimented on inhumanely, death marches, gas chambers, having their bodies burnt. The methods were numerous and all were vile and disgraceful, and something we need to remember to never, ever repeat again. And we know this happened because we've seen the mass graves, we've seen the photographs, we've read the letters and diary entries of people who were there, we have their leftover clothes and shoes and boots and belongings. All you have to do is go somewhere like the Jewish Museum in Berlin, and all the evidence is there in front of you, and it is damn heartbreaking. I went 10 years ago now, and I came out of there absolutely sobbing, and it's one of the places that still absolutely sticks so strongly in my mind and my memory because it had such a strong impact on me. It made me so damn emotional. And there are some things that Nick is slightly right about, to some extent. There have been and continue to be millions of barbaric acts of violence in the world, other dictators, other genocides. But this doesn't mean we should downplay any of them. We take note, we learn from them, we do not repeat them. Nick just repeatedly comes across as a petulant child trying to be edgy, who has no respect for human life, and I find it absolutely disgusting.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this.
Nick's just flat out wrong here. People aren't put in prison for talking or asking questions to learn. People are very occasionally put in jail for straight up Holocaust denial, for supporting and justifying genocide as a whole, and trying to potentially incite more hatred of Jewish people or incite another genocide. Not just the Holocaust, actually, but any genocide. And also sometimes when they're trying to portray the Nazis in a positive light. You can argue that this is against the American idea of free speech if you want, but in countries like Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Poland, who were directly affected by these things on a mass scale and who had millions of people killed not that long ago, these laws were put in place often, but not always immediately after the aftermath of the war. No, in the aftermath of the war. These laws were steps that the governments felt they had to take to prevent this kind of genocide ever happening again and to save lives. And I don't think we should downplay that or pretend it's just, you don't want people asking questions. Like, these laws were put in place to try and save lives. It's as simple as that. The law isn't against people asking questions or saying specific phrases. It's about the intention and the consequences of what people were saying and how they could be used to incite violence against Jewish people in the real world. It's what I was saying earlier in that whole spiel about free speech. It's not that like, oh, if you say these words, you're in jail. It's about the intention behind them and the consequences of them, because words do have consequences. Nick went on to say that in the UK, everything we do is censored and you'll be put in jail if you question the Holocaust, which is just not true. The UK is one of the countries that does not have a Holocaust denial law. And again, I will reiterate, no one is putting someone in jail for just saying, oh, how many people died? What was the evidence of that? Let me learn about it. People are put in jail for both denying the evidence, denying the facts and reality, and using that as an excuse to downplay the Holocaust and incite violence against Jewish people today. One of Piers' friends and colleagues then sent in this message directed at Nick, and this was his response.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being one out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking him why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
See, that's the reality of your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years?
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
yeah, you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So
yeah.
maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members
oh my gosh,
were murdered.
Yeah, we got all that. We, you know, me mom, like we're, you know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because
and
he doesn't
dad
find
got
it
killed
funny
by...
when you say Hitler's very fucking cool.
I don't care.
He finds
I don't care.
I know you don't care.
No, Nick, no. You don't tar everyone your age with the same brush. It's just you and your fans. And because I have friends who are just a little bit younger than Nick, like 26-ish, 27, and they would never, ever say something like this. Not at all. And saying that the response to this is just pearl clutching just shows how he has zero empathy for others. It should be a perfectly natural human reaction for people who've been brought up with empathy and to show kindness, for them to be shocked and disgusted when we hear about people, including children, being arrested for simply existing, being punished for who they are, people being starved and locked up and murdered for their identity. Being horrified by that is not pearl clutching, it's being a decent person. But again, it comes back to what I was saying earlier about the way Nick and others like him have been brought up. If they haven't been brought up to have empathy with others, if they haven't been brought up to have empathy for others, then is it really surprising, you know? Nick treats this all like a big joke, and it's not. These were real people who were really affected. They were murdered, they were traumatized, and it's not something to laugh at. How can you hear this man and feel anything other than sick to your stomach? Nick saying he doesn't care because he doesn't know who this guy is just disgusting. You shouldn't need to know someone personally to feel saddened by their family being mistreated and killed. Nick's response here is actually sickening, and it sums up so much of what he's about. He does not care about anyone else but himself, and this is exactly why he should not be working in politics. And the guy speaking here, Daniel Finkelstein, he is far more accomplished and intelligent of a man than Nick will ever be. And don't get me wrong, again, I don't agree with everything Daniel's done. I don't agree with a lot of his politics and beliefs and the work he's done. He's worked for the Conservative Party. He advised John Major at one point. I think me and him would absolutely, definitely have some massive, big political and ideological differences. But what I will say is that unlike Nick, he actually has He absolutely has something of value to say regarding the Holocaust and Jewish people and what happened to him and his family, and we should be listening to him there.
Care, that's fine. You don't have to care, but he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a prominent conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, he probably does care about you in America, because that's what decent people do. We care about others. We care when people are being hurt. We care when people aren't getting the social care they need. I might not be personally affected by a lot of the laws or politics happening in America and other countries, but I care about the people that are affected. How can anyone just not care about others? Like, I don't understand it.
I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys overplayed your hand.
I'm not done hearing about that.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got 3
we're
sons.
not listening
I've
to
got
crying
3
minorities
sons.
anymore.
Yeah, this is sickening. This is what happens when you stop learning about the past, isn't it? You just see it as this abstract thing and stop understanding the real effect it had on people. It's absolutely sickening. And this attitude from Nick is why history so often repeats itself. When we stop listening and caring, we're doomed to repeat the same mistakes. And that means a lot of people getting hurt. I just want to end this section with a little rant, because I've kept saying that people were enabling Nick and providing excuses for him. And that's exactly what Tucker Carlson does here.
When you get attacked, when people call you names, like they always called me racist, and I would always think to myself, I'm actually not. I would tell you if I was racist. I'm a little sexist, but I'm not racist. And I never understood why they did that. And then I thought, maybe the point is to make me racist. Where you just get to a point where you're like, well, if you're going to slander me, then I'll just become the thing you're calling me. I do think that's a feature of human nature, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
And if you stare too intently at the accusers, at the, whatever Ben Shapiro's or Mark Levin's or Ted Cruz or whoever it is calling you names, it like distorts you and you actually change and become what they say you are.
Self-fulfilling prophecies can absolutely be a thing to some extent, I agree. And I've said before, I kind of get why some influencers just spend their lives trolling online, because if you're going to get criticized for everything you do, why not just lean into it and at least make what you're being criticized for an act or something you're doing on purpose, so you can kind of distance yourself from it, right? I understand that need to protect themselves in that way. But I've always said, just for me personally, I never want that to be who I am. I personally have very strong values and things I believe, and I'm not going to let bullies influence that and make me a worse person. I think if you do that, you're just quite weak. Some of you know that I have faced some pretty severe online bullying from one particular creator over the last 6 to 7 years, and they have made up so much stuff about me and said that I did these things that never happened. They've accused me of being transphobic, of personally causing a genocide, of dancing in people's blood, of raising an army of 100,000 people to attack them. And it's like, none of this happened. It's all absolute nonsense. But, and it's messed me up. It's really, really messed me up. But if you're going to believe Tucker Carlson's nonsense here, then when faced with all of that, I'd have just said, oh, well, yeah, if this bully's going to say it about me, then I'm going to become super hateful and transphobic and start being pro-genocide or whatever. But that's not who I am. That's not the stuff I believe. And I have more integrity than to let one person and a few of their fans turn me into something I'm not. I'm never going to let a bully stop me from fully supporting the rights of all trans people. I will never personally cause a genocide, which is something I never thought I'd have to say in a video. And I'm never going to support the harm or violence. And I'm never going to support harm or violence against people. I just feel like if you've got integrity and self-confidence and genuinely believe something, you'll realize that what Tucker is saying is nonsense, and you won't let it happen to you. I know online criticism is harmful and nasty, and it messes with your head. I've had an awful breakdown in the past, and a hell of a lot of very expensive therapy because of it, and spent a hell of a lot on lawyers dealing with that stuff. And then had a crisis of confidence because my lawyer said it could end up bankrupting them, and I don't want to do that, and it's like a whole thing. But it never once made me turn towards hating a whole group of people. How can you just feel like, oh, well, I'll become racist because you got some criticism online, unless you already had racist views to begin with? Just admit you're a crappy person and we're looking for an excuse to show it, you know? That's what I'm saying to Carlson anyway. Anyway, and Nick Fuentes, well, I guess Nick Fuentes does own it a bit. Anyway, with that, let's move on to our last section of this video, which is about Nick's views on women and misogyny. Misogyny. Okay. Nick Fuentes is a sad little man who has never spent enough time around women to actually get to know them, and because of this, he bases all his views and opinions on outdated and untrue stereotypes, and it'd be a little pathetic and laughable if he also wasn't calling for murders of women. Yeah, he does that. Let's start by taking a look at Nick talking about his own dating and relationship history, or lack thereof. And I want to preface this by saying there is no shame in never having dated or had a relationship with someone, no matter what age you are. There's no shame in not wanting a relationship or wanting to get married or have kids. I say this as a child-free person myself. The problem arises in Nick's overall disdain for women. And let's say Nick was an asexual person. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a very, very normal sexual identity that a lot of people have. Yeah, nothing wrong with it. The problem arises in Nick's overall disdain for women, his refusal to even interact with them or see them as human, and of course in his hypocrisy of one rule for me and another for those damn pesky women.
What does your dating life look like in the last few years?
It's non-existent. I'm not dating. I'm not going out dating.
Are you looking at all?
No, and I don't even know if I'm going to get married.
Really?
I want to. I like the idea of it, but honestly, I really don't have a lot of interest in that.
So you don't think? I mean, are women what you look for?
Oh yeah, certainly, but
you don't have an idea. Do you want to spend your life with a woman?
No. I love when you phrase it that way. No, I mean the idea of that sounds annoying.
Have you ever been in a serious relationship with a woman?
No, never.
Have you ever dated?
No.
Okay.
I've been on dates, but never.
So have you ever been just totally entranced by the magic of a woman?
No.
Really?
No.
And yet, none of this is that much of a problem, except as Piers Morgan points out, this.
Here are one of the many theories about you. I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
He literally just hates women.
Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow, says the guy who's never got laid. Wow.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's
you think
always
you're an
get
expert
laid,
in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you know, you're talking about empathy and your kids are empathetic and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem.
Now, I don't necessarily agree with Piers' approach here, and I don't think you need to have had sex to understand people or care about them, but I think he's right to point out that Nick literally knows nothing about women because he just refuses to interact with us and refuses to see us as human. It's clear that he sees any kind of compassion or kindness, or even just basic human decency, whether it's directed towards women or any other group that he's not a part of, as a weakness, and that's really concerning. He doesn't have the intelligence to express this, so he just resorts to childish insults like shouting simp, 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 which is kind of pathetic. One of the main problems, though, is how hypocritical Nick Fuentes is. For example, as you just heard, he doesn't want to get married, but he says he might one day because that's what regular conservatives want to hear him say, and he's trying to appeal to them. But he's also telling his followers to get married and saying in private that he doesn't want to and he probably won't, but he might, but he probably won't, and he doesn't want to, but you should do it. And it's a typical case of do as I say, not as I do.
First, I want to say at the outset, my position has always been the same, which is I encourage everyone on my show to get married and get married young and have lots of kids and adhere to traditional Catholic sexual morality. I am against abortion. I am against contraception. I am against sodomy. I'm against adultery, promiscuity, masturbation, pornography, homosexuality. My position is really basically always been the same on the fundamentals. And I've always encouraged my followers to get married and have kids. So whenever people do the straw man where they say, oh, you know, you're telling your followers to be an incel, that's just simply something that I've never said. I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women...
You literally just told your followers... Well, hang on. In that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one. You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot. We can complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groybettes, and I'm actually batting them away.
Doubt. But also there's that absolute disdain for women again. Here's a couple more clips from Nick answering an email from a young teenager who said she wants to work in politics when she grows up, and Nick says no. Just get married and have babies. And you may have noticed that for some of these clips, I didn't have access to the originals because Nick's channel got taken down from YouTube. So a few of these clips I had to find as re-uploads, which means it's got some editing effects that other people put on, or in this case, there's a guy in the corner who's reacting to it.
So, I mean, if you go to college to find a guy and then get married. So my message to women is to get married early. My message to men is to wait a little bit.
And what's particularly concerning in these clips is that after Nick went on this rant, the guy reacting to it agreed with everything he said, and then started going on about how it's a problem to have women in politics because other young girls may see those women and decide they want it too. And he's right, you know, and that's why representation is so important. And it's why bigots always try and reduce representation or get mad about it because they don't want other people being positively influenced or trying to take their power away from them. To these misogynists, it's dangerous for women to have ambition and power. Don't worry though, we'll be talking about Nick's need to keep women out of politics in a bit more detail in a moment. I just mostly want to show you his double standard of advice for men and women here. His other hypocrisy comes in when he talks about having kids. Nick never wants to have kids, but he thinks all women should have them. He doesn't want to have to give up anything in his career to have kids, but women should absolutely give up their careers to have them because it's not a big deal, it's just a career. It's nonsense, and again, I say this as a child-free woman myself. The difference is I would never tell other people what they should or shouldn't be doing with their bodies.
So I guess I'm just curious, when the way, like, I think the way you phrase it is like, a woman just supposed to be a helpmate. Why not just hire a cleaner or a butler? If that, like, is that how you kind of view what a woman would be in your life? Is there someone like, all right, needs folding, needs cooking, I'll be out, I'll be back at 8, I'll see you later. Like, is that kind of how you're viewed?
No, but I mean, let's just start here. I would say that I recognize I'm not normal. I recognize that I'm not the norm. And, you know, my attitudes that I express, they reflect I have a very particular idiosyncratic personality. Most men, like you said, are obsessed with, they want to find the right woman, they want to get married, they want to make their wife happy. That's just never something that motivated me. I've always been more motivated by my career, by ideas. I love ideas. I love politics. I love work. And I recognize that's not normal. This is not prescriptive. I'm not prescribing this for people. But as far as my critique as an outsider, from the outside looking in, I would say that, because I don't want you to think that I'm some like curmudgeonly freak that's like, shut up, woman, like, you know, I want my... But I do think that things have gone a little bit too far in the other direction with men and women, where I think that on some level, whatever level you want it to be, the man does have to have the authority in the relationship.
100%.
Well, I don't even, I mean, yeah, I think it's difficult, but I think that's the joy of a woman's life, is to have a child. You know, who else can compare to the relationship that you have with your mother? I think, you know, you sacrifice what? Work? Sacrifice what? I mean, having a child as a woman should be the most rewarding, best thing. There's no closer bond that exists than between a mother and her child. And
there's lots you're potentially sacrificing. How about your health, your freedom, your bodily autonomy, your education, your relationships, your career, well, we've already said career, but just your free time. I know plenty of people, myself included, who have far closer relationships with other people than I do with my mum, so you can't speak for everyone.
You know, and I do believe that women are suited towards that role. They love nurturing their child. They have patience for their child. They relate to the child in a way that a man cannot. And so for me, I guess that goes without saying, because all we are told is the future is female, feminism, men ain't shit, this kind of thing. So I guess that's the last thing men need to hear, is this sort of reassurance like, hey guys, women are still really cool. You know, I still think women are great and they're essential. They're necessary for the propagation of the species, and they're necessary for men.
Do you plan on having kids any day?
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of it, but I just, to tell you the truth, it's not something I'm really looking forward to that much, honestly.
Because?
Because, I mean, I like my work. I'm obsessed with my work, and honestly, to tell you the truth, I like the silence.
I'm in high school. I want to do politics down the road. I mean, you're in high school. You sound like a nice person, but you're going to be way happier as a mom. And no, you can't do both. You have to do one. And you shouldn't even be in politics anyway.
No, stop making excuses and stop telling women what they want. In a lot of ways, I'm glad Nick isn't having kids, but in other ways, in most ways, in all ways, I wish he'd shut up. And listen to what he's saying in that middle clip there. So he admits having kids does mean sacrifice. But why is it so bad for you, Nick, to have to sacrifice your work for kids, but not for a woman to do it? Why can you excuse it and expect it when women have to give up something they care about, but you refuse to do that yourself? Why are you, in that last clip, literally telling a woman she has to choose career or kids, and that the only acceptable response is kids, when you refuse to do that yourself? Of course, plenty of women can and do both. Look at all the amazing, successful politicians out there who have kids. It's absolutely possible if that's what you want to do and you're willing to work for it. Again, I wish he'd stop speaking for all women and just all other people, you know? I know plenty of incredibly nurturing men, and I know plenty of women like myself who don't have an ounce of parental instincts in us, and we don't feel anything towards children. I know I don't. I just do not have a nurturing side with kids. I don't have any patience. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I should be a parent. And it's also very telling how he ended this segment by saying women are essential for men. He literally just sees us as a tool to use and not individuals in our own right. In his Tucker Carlson interview, Nick went on to say that the reason he isn't married and the reason fewer people are choosing to get married is because of damn feminists.
And I'm sorry I called you gay, by the way, but I think I'm just too old or something. I'm like, why is anyone married? You tell me, why aren't people married?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's the women. The women are extremely liberal. No one talks about that. Increasingly they do, especially after the last election. There's a 45-point difference between men and women. The men are extremely conservative, increasingly. The women are extremely liberal.
What are they liberal on? What issues? Like, what does that mean, liberal?
Oh, they're very feminist.
Like, actually?
Extremely feminist, yes.
They don't believe that, do they?
I think they do.
Really?
Absolutely,
How could
yes.
you believe that?
I
The
think
gender roles are a construct, that none of this is inborn? Like, you'd have to be an idiot to think that.
they like the idea of it. They like because of course I think all women naturally want strong men.
Of course, obviously.
They naturally want a Chad. You know, they want like a tall, buff guy. But I think they like the idea of none of them want to work either. None of them actually want to work.
No, that's what I'm saying. Of course. That's right. It's obviously true. It's always been true. Work outside the home.
Right.
They don't have enough work at home. You know, there's a lot to do. But no, I completely agree. So that's why I question, like, they're feminists in what sense?
Yes.
Hey, I got a joke for you. What do you get when you put two incels in a room? This interview. But seriously, I don't want this kind of man. I do want to work. I enjoy my work. I do believe fully in feminism and how their idea of gender roles is nothing but an outdated social construct. I also find it hard to believe either of these men have ever spoken to a woman in their lives. I'm so shocked to find out that Tucker Carlson has a wife. Shocking. Once again, this is an example of Nick not knowing a thing about actual women. Here's some examples of him complaining about women and feminism and how women should stay in their place.
To me, you said one of the most important things was your Catholic ideology, right? First chapter, or first book of the Bible, God creates Eve to complete Adam. And they become kind of like, they become one. Is that not a symbol of how to live your life then, from the book you say is your ideology?
But it also says that a woman should not have authority over a man in the Bible. And the man is the responsible one in the relationship. And so on some level, whatever that level is, the guy has to be really the initiator. The guy has to be the final say. And I think that the situation now is that women are bossing around the men. The men are henpecked. The men are being nagged to death. The men are being told, you got to do this, you got to do that. And what we find is that the men now are, you say, hey, do you want to hang out? They go, I got to check with my wife first. Hey, can you come do this thing? Oh, I got to check with my wife first. And we're just getting a different kind of power dynamic, different kind of men, different kind of women. And I don't think anybody likes this. I don't think women like the weak men. I don't think men like the bossy women. So I'm just trying to say, we got to maybe go back in the other direction a little bit. So did I, because young men are being nagged to death by the women, by helicopter moms when they're young, that want to protect them from everything and want to basically make them like the bubble boy. You can't go outside, you can't explore, we need to be safe. Then they go into school. And the school is it's all female teachers, and they're constantly policing a boy or a man's natural desire to explore, to get into mischief, to be, to do the things that boys do. And then men go into college and you get the Me Too movement, you get the rape allegations, you get the I consent. Is this okay? Can I kiss you? Is this okay? The kind of Me Too, sign on the dotted line sexuality. They've effectively criminalized any kind of what it means to be a man, what it means to be masculine.
Quick question here. Are you saying it's masculine to rape someone? Because I have massive issues with that.
So no, we really need to whip our white wives into shape. When I get a white wife, I'm going to whip her into shape. If she tries to feed me any of these ham sandwiches and these no-fault divorce laws. These women get married to guys maybe they never intend to stay with. And then when they're out, they're done. And they want child support and they want half the stuff. And I think a lot of men are looking at women and they're very liberal. They're overweight. They have a very high estimation of themselves. I think that people call it hoflation.
Hoflation?
Yes, their sense of their own looks and sexual value is very inflated. And so a lot of people are looking at these like frumpy, obnoxious, loudmouth, liberal women who are also very promiscuous and saying this is not actually appealing at all. And I don't want to start a family with a person
Sounds
like
awful.
this. Yeah, it is.
Hey, don't worry. Those women don't want you either. In fact, I don't think many women do.
I just feel like in terms of the deficit, it's like women are very emboldened. They're too, I think, assertive, always giving their opinions, always critiquing, always, I think that they're very bold right now. And I think, and sarcastic, I think that's a big reason why they're not very attractive.
I get it.
Hey, I could say the same for you, mate. But you do realize, again, not everyone thinks this way. Another personal story for you, if you don't mind me going off topic here a little bit, on a little personal tangent. But a lot of you know that back in, towards the end of 2024 and the start of 2025, I had a wobble in my self-esteem. Because when my ex broke up with me, he said he resented my independence. He said I was too passionate about life. And these were the things that, I thought he really liked about me. And he's like, no, I've been, harboring this resentment silently for months. I'm like, oh, God, okay. And I had this whole, crisis of confidence. And I was like, oh my God, like, what if I'm just unlovable? What if literally no one wants me? Like, I'm not going to change who I am. So I'll just kind of get used to being alone forever, I guess. And I started dating again, and it was difficult, and it's been scary and tough. And I had to build up my self-esteem first before I let anyone else in. But I'm seeing someone wonderful now, and it's still very early days. It's like been 3 months or so. Going to 4, I guess. And he's so nice. And I opened up to him about this, and I'm like, let me tell you why my ex broke up with me. Let me tell you how it affected me. And I opened up to everything. And his response was just like, is he insane? Like, those qualities are why I like you so much. You're amazing. Please don't change. And I was like, oh my God, that's so refreshing to hear. Like, it was wonderful. And I say this because I feel like Nick Fuentes doesn't understand that amazing men like that exist. Like, the guy that I'm dating, I think he would go crazy if he was with a woman who was like, and what do you want me to do now? And what do you want me to do now? And didn't have a life of her own, or hobbies of her own, or interests of her own, or like, you know, who wasn't independent in her own right. I think it would drive him absolutely crazy, because he's quite an independent person too. And so he likes that we've each got our own things going on, and then we can come together and be like, oh my God, let's talk about this, you know? So again, I think this just shows how sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not closeted. Closeted is the wrong word. Sheltered. There we go. God's sake. I think this just shows how sheltered Nick is, because I don't really think he's been out there and met that many different kinds of people who want different things and have different lifestyles and enjoy different things to him, you know? I think so much of this is, like, all these problems arise from the fact that Nick is naive and sheltered and immature. And yeah, then it's just more of the same, and it kind of gets old, to be honest.
That's true. Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much, you're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that.
Like, we get it. You don't like women. Get over yourself and shut up. I don't like chocolate ice cream, but you don't hear me screaming about it constantly, do you? You know, it's funny. I get so many comments from men saying that they think I hate men because I criticize misogyny, but I don't see how they can hear me say things like, hey, can we stop normalizing rape and sexual assault, please? And think that that's hateful. But they're totally okay with people like Nick Fuentes calling women fat bitches, and they don't think that's hateful. Make it make sense. Anyway, Nick goes on to show that he doesn't just hate women, but he also lacks basic media literacy skills. Obviously, he has no first-hand experience with being around women, so he has to get his knowledge entirety from TV shows. Unfortunately, he misunderstands everything that he sees.
I see, the way I look at it is like, when you look at your favorite TV shows,
right?
The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, it's like the wife is the villain, because it's like the main character, if the wife could just get out of the way, would be running the show.
Now, I've not seen Sopranos, so I can't comment on that, but if you have, please let me know down in the comments how accurate Nick's view of this was. But let's talk about Breaking Bad, because there is no way that Skylar is the villain, and the only people who think she is are silly little boys. You could call Tuco the villain, you can call Gus the villain, you can even call Walter the villain. I personally would argue that the American healthcare system is the biggest villain in all of Breaking Bad, because that, you know, this whole story would just not happen in the UK. If you get cancer, you get treated. Done. End of. Like, anyway, point is, you can't call Skylar the villain. Like, yeah, she's done some questionable things, but let's be honest, Walt repeatedly lied to her and committed numerous very, very serious criminal acts, and she was the one left to pick up all the pieces, still look after their family, and get them out of trouble. Like, the logic behind the money laundering and the actual execution of it, that was all down to her, wasn't it? She's not the villain. Nick just hates women and thinks that men should be allowed to run around being angry and emotionally unregulated and commit all the dangerous and violent crimes they want, I guess. Now, I'm not saying Skylar's this perfect hero either. That's kind of the beauty of Breaking Bad, in that every character is complex and flawed and has their issues. No one is fully good or bad. But if Skylar wasn't around, then it's not like, oh, Walt would have been successful and immediately. No. If she wasn't around, then Walt would have been caught a lot sooner and probably would have been more reckless and more stupid and ended up dead in season 1. And again, we've spoken about how I'm a big believer that fiction can be a huge eye-opener for us about experiences that we've never had and teach us empathy and all sorts of great stuff. However, if your only experience of women and relationships is watching them on TV, you don't get a say in this. And while we're still covering his views on women, we might as well throw in a little bit of his racism too, because they are intrinsically linked, as I keep saying. Listen to this nonsense where he sarcastically claims that dating Asian and black women is better than dating white women. He's being sarcastic here, and the joke, if you can call it that he's trying to make, is that he believes the opposite of this, and he thinks that dating women of colour is somehow inferior, and then he goes on to make a bunch of racist jokes based on harmful stereotypes. It's gross, I'm so sorry.
These Asian women, they're something else. Black women, it's like you say, some of them are so great. But you know, it's not supposed to be enjoyable. That's just a reminder that you're not supposed to have sex for enjoyment. Okay? Something to keep in mind. Sex is not a recreational activity. You're not supposed to enjoy it too much. So it's a subtle reminder. Because if you had an Asian wife or a black wife, specifically if you had a black wife, you'd say, I'm in heaven. You'd say, this is bliss. I never want to die. If you had okay, I hope everybody recognizes this is a bit. All the sense, you know, I can never do jokes anymore because everybody just takes everything way too seriously. I just said what? He's not pro-white. This is a bit. This is a joke. But if you had a black wife, you'd say, I'm in heaven. You would probably forsake religion. You'd say, this is the best stuff ever. You would cry out for a chthonic fertility cult. You'd be worshiping some African deity, some female African deity that you get all hooked up on that stuff, some kind of witch doctor stuff. I'm giving you potions. The rhythm of the jungle drum, the lowest chakra, it'd be lost forever. So mating with white women is an obligation of white people. It's not something we're supposed to look forward to. It's an obligation. It is a solemn sacrifice and an obligation.
And I think it's clips like these which prove just how deeply intertwined his misogynistic and racist views are. And that's why I chose to focus on these two particular elements of his beliefs in this video, although there's a lot more to be spoken about as well. Because you can't just look at these as separate issues. You can't critique his misogyny alone without also critiquing his racism, his transphobia, his homophobia, his classist views, and so on. They're all so deeply connected and feed into one another. And this is just one individual, so you can only imagine how deeply interconnected these issues are on a societal level, right? If you want to find out more about this, there's a few books I recommend. One would be Ain't I a Woman? Black Women and Feminism by Bell Hooks, and Hood Feminism by Mickey Kendall. In her book, Mickey writes that my feminism is rooted in an awareness of how race and gender and class all affect my ability to be educated, receive medical care, gain and keep employment, as well as how these things can sway authority figures in their treatment of me. And we can see the consequences of this in Nick's work. He puts down women constantly. He puts down people of colour constantly. He wants to take away their basic human rights and treat them badly. So you can see how much worse that is for a woman of colour who is caught at that cross-section and hated by him from every angle, and how that, if he and people like him get into power, will disadvantage her completely unfairly, right? And it's not just in regards to their race that Nick puts women down. He also judges women who don't fit his cis, white, straight, middle and upper class woman ideal in other ways. For example, if they're disabled or poor, or the worst thing a woman can be in a patriarchal misogynistic world, old.
Right when the milk is good, I want to start drinking the milk. Same thing goes with women. I don't want to turn 30 and find some 20-year-old, 29-year-old woman that I have something in common with, and it's like, hey, properly aged. Like wine. Women don't age like wine, they age like milk.
Well, no, they are the milk in the analogy. It's not about they age like milk. No, of course not. I think the age of consent should be like 25, honestly. You know, it's like these 20-year-old children are out there getting married and having sex in college. I don't know how anybody's okay with this. Yeah. 20 years old, that's a child. That's a literal child. And men are having sex with them. It makes me mad, honestly.
Well, now you've gone too far the other way. 25. Like if it's a 20-year-old and a 20-year-old and they get married, and like that's. I mean, like Mary was pretty. She wouldn't meet that for like another 10 years. We wouldn't have Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but now with the with the seed oils and everything, it's different. So I think it should be way, way higher. It pisses me off. 20 years old, that's a literal kid. I can't believe you would even say that, to be honest.
What? Two 20-year-olds getting married?
That's a literal child, Stephen. How could she consent? She's 20?
Oh, okay. All right. You're being facetious.
I'm teasing.
I
thought we were being funny.
I didn't know. Well, yeah, I know, but you were just doing the opposite of it, and considering that people will take it seriously, I said I don't want them to take that. And they're like, "See, Nick is inconsistent." But no.
I thought we were joking.
Yeah. No, that is one thing too. Like it's just older women who are jealous that men like younger women. So yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, that's exactly right. How many 40-year-olds go like, "Well, you just want her because it's like, yeah, now do the guy's wallet. Shut up."
Oh, these men are just pathetic. And no one has an issue with two 20-year-olds dating. That's not what anyone has ever said. We have an issue with people who are considerably older and have more power and influence because of their age, job, or finances perhaps, who take advantage of 20-year-olds who are young and inexperienced and naive and unable to have that same level of power and influence as, for example, a 40-plus-year-old man. And no, older women like myself do not complain because we're jealous. We literally do not want men whose only criteria is, am I able to manipulate this person? We do it and we criticize people for specifically targeting people considerably younger than them because when we were younger, we were often the ones who were taken advantage of and hurt and mistreated by older men. We've seen it happen to others, we've seen it happen to ourselves, and we are rightfully concerned because we don't want it to happen to future generations. It's not jealousy, it's just basic human kindness of looking out for those younger than us who need someone to look out for them. As a 32-year-old woman, almost 33, I have no problem getting people to date me. I have even had to turn down quite a few men in their very early 20s this last year who asked me out, not realizing that I was almost like a decade older than them. And I've had to be like, you're lovely, but I just don't think it's appropriate, I'm sorry. And I've also had interest from men my age and older, because decent men are happy to date women who are their equal, you know? The difference is that good men will generally want someone they connect with and have things in common with and are at a similar stage in life to and share the same values with. And for most people, the kinds of people they're attracted to age as up as they do. That's a very normal thing. If you have to try and date someone a decade or several decades younger than you because you don't want someone who is mature and self-assured and has life experience because you're intimidated by them, if you purposely go for someone younger because they are naive and inexperienced and you can manipulate them, then that says a hell of a lot about you. When people like Nick and his colleagues go on about how older men only want young, naive, innocent, inexperienced women, that's concerning because they clearly aren't looking for a partner, they're looking for a victim. But this all connects to why they said they don't want to date liberal women and why Nick constantly complains about women who are confident or competent because he is intimidated by women who are his equal or better than him. Which, let's be real, is most women. Let's take a look at a selection of clips. This first one is from Tucker Carlson while he was interviewing Nick, but Nick agreed with this sentiment.
I mean, if there's real leadership at home, I don't know a single happily married woman who's liberal. Not one. I know a lot of married women. I mean, I'm 56. All the women I know are married. Mm-hmm. And every happily married woman is non-liberal. Mm-hmm. I can't even imagine. There's no category for happily married middle-aged liberal woman.
I do. I know plenty of these women. My sister, her wife, my friends, Chloe, Molly, Charlotte, all wonderful, intelligent, very liberal women, very outspoken feminists, all married to incredibly kind, intelligent, and also liberal feminist men, except my sister and her wife were married to each other. But you get the point. All blissfully happy because they have mutual respect for each other, shared values, and have a hell of a lot of fun together. Men like Tucker and Nick really live in their tiny little echo chambers and just don't speak to people, do they?
Yeah, and I think that you have to love your wife as your wife.
Yeah.
A lot of men...
As opposed to what? Your mom?
Well, no, like your buddy.
No. Because
I hear this all the time, and I hate this. Guys will say, I married my best friend. And I think, she's your wife. She's not your best friend. Because there's a difference.
What is the difference?
I think that when you talk about your best friend, you're a peer. You're an equal. And I think your best friendships are with other men. And I think that your wife ultimately is subordinate to you. She's your helpmate. Yeah. And ultimately, as the man in the marriage and as the father, you have authority, the final say over the household.
And I think this really sums up Nick's views on women, doesn't it? He doesn't see us as human. He sees us as objects to be used. And when a woman can step up and says, no, we are equal to you, he's intimidated by it. He can't even imagine being friends with a woman. His problem runs so deep. It's pathetic. And I would feel sorry for him if he wasn't so dangerous. Also, again, I'd like to point out the irony of Nick saying this when he's never actually been in a relationship or around women at all. He goes on to moan about how women expect too much from men while not providing anything in return. Again, I will point out, Nick has never been in a relationship or dated anyone, so how would he know what real women want? As a natural woman, I can tell you, we don't want what he thinks we do.
You know, women are not really providing too much. They expect so much from the men. They want the man to be rich and provide. Yeah. They want the man to be fit and a real leader and a real man.
I don't want this. This is not what I want. This is not what most of the women who are into men that I know want. Our wants are things like, are they kind? Do they share values with me? Does he have compatible long-term goals? Is he fun to be around? Does he treat me like an equal? Or like a slave and a mother? Does he respect me? Is he emotionally intelligent? Can he emotionally regulate himself? Does he know how to communicate? And I don't think that's asking too much. And I know for me and most of the other women I know, we only ask for what we offer in return.
They also want to split the chores with the man. They want the man to do half the laundry and half the dishes and things like that. And it's like, so what do you do all day? You're on TikTok, you're like doom scrolling and eating Cheetos? Like what actually are you providing in the relationship? So
no, I'm working and earning more money than most men I know. I want a partner in all areas. I want someone who wants the same. Again, this just screams to me that he doesn't know anything about real women. And he has the nerve to complain about women just sitting around all day when he's one of the people actively discouraging women from working. Take a look at these clips. So we mentioned this earlier, but one of his shows, he had this young teen girl, apparently, write in and ask for advice because she wanted to go into politics one day. And this was his absolutely disgusting response.
Reagan Smith sent $10. What's your thoughts on women going into politics coming from a girl in high school? Him thinking about politics later down the road.
Do not get into politics. Steer clear. Not for you, sweetheart. Sorry. Get married. Have kids. Why would you want to be in politics? We don't even want women in politics, man. We do not want women in politics. Women are not even interested in politics, okay? And you just can't have women in a male space. I'm a huge believer in this, huge believer in it. To have women in politics, it just like women in any other male space, it just destroys the space.
Sorry, but women are not interested in politics, he says to a young woman interested in politics. And this, thinking politics should be a male space, is exactly the problem, because politics should not be a male space. Politics is about the governance of a society and should be about representing and looking out for all members of that society. And you can't do that if you refuse to hear from or understand the needs of at least 50% of the population. Everyone's voice should be heard. Besides, I've spoken about this before, but it's actually been proven time and time again that women often make the best political leaders. But of course, Nick doesn't want to have women in politics because they can and do advocate for other women, which Nick doesn't want. How can straight, white, rich, cis men like him maintain power if society starts actively helping the people that he's oppressing? Caroline Creator Perez writes about this in her book Invisible Women, where she says there are substantial gender gaps in government thinking, and the result is that governments produce male-biased policy that is harming women. These data gaps are in part a result of failing to collect data, but they are also in part a result of the male dominance of governments around the world. Several US studies from the 1980s to the 2000s have found that women are more likely to make women's issues a priority and more likely to sponsor women's issues bills. In the UK, a recent analysis of the impact female MPs had in Westminster since 1945 found that women are more likely to speak about women's issues as well as family policy, education, and care. She goes on to write, as female political representation increased in Greece, Portugal, and Switzerland, these countries experienced an increase in educational investment. Conversely, as the proportion of female legislators in Ireland, Italy, and Norway decreased in the late 1990s, these countries experienced a comparable drop in educational expenditure as a percentage of GDP. Of course, Nick doesn't want women in power, because when the public stays dumb, that's when people like him are allowed to maintain power and have influence. If people were smarter and better educated, they could see through his nonsense, and he doesn't want that. And like I said, women tend to be more effective in positions of power in politics. Take these examples from Mary Ann Seihart's book, The Authority Gap. She writes, the world might also be better run if women were accorded as much political authority as men. We've already seen how successful leaders such as Jacinda Ardern in New Zealand can be with their more consensual and empathetic style. But this isn't just anecdotal. Research shows that female politicians on average do more constituency work than men, are less corrupt, and have a leadership style that is more cooperative and inclusive. They focus more on issues that help the most vulnerable. They also win more central government spending for their constituencies and legislate more. And we have more of a chance of living in peace. Countries that have more women in power are less likely to go to war and less likely to have a civil war. Countries with 10% of women in the labour force are nearly 30 times more likely to experience internal conflict than countries with 40%. Meanwhile, including women in peace processes makes them more successful and long-lasting. Women are more likely to worry about climate change and to believe that it will harm the future generations. They are also more likely to believe that it will affect them personally. So having more women in politics of decision-making power with people listening to them would help reduce global warming. And this isn't all. Sorry, I'm reading a lot here, but she also writes, it's important stuff. Women are particularly good at people management. They are better than men at what is known as transformational leadership, in which they mentor and empower employees, encourage them to develop their full potential, engage their trust, and allow them to contribute their views. In other words, being more democratic rather than autocratic leaders. They are also more likely to use rewards for good performance. By contrast, men are more likely to be laissez-faire managers, to wait for problems to become serious before intervening, and to focus on employees' mistakes. These styles don't promote effective leadership, while the transformational and reward styles do. We all saw during the COVID-19 pandemic how much more successful on average female leaders were than male ones. Globally, women held only 7% of government leadership positions, yet 4 of the top 10 countries which dealt with COVID-19 were led by a woman. She writes, Nicholas Kristof of the New York Times looked at the death rates in 13 countries led by men and 8 led by women for the first few months of the pandemic. The male-led ones had on average 214 coronavirus deaths per million. The female-led ones had only 36 per million. As he writes, it's not that the leaders who best managed the virus were all women, but those who bungled the response were all men, and mostly a particular type. Authoritarian, vainglorious, and blustering. And I know I've read out a lot there, but do I need to go on? Sadly, yes, because Nick continues to talk nonsense.
And you want to know why? Because men treat women differently. Men treat women differently. So a woman walks into any room, even if there's a room of 100 guys, if one woman walks into it, it not only changes a dynamic of, like one person to another, the dynamic of the whole room is now different. Because when it's all guys, everybody can be honest with each other on some level. When it's all guys, nobody's worried about appearances. Nobody's worried about how they measure up. When a woman walks in, everything changes. Some people start to perform for the woman, start to put other people down. Hey, I'm the coolest cat here. I'm the biggest, strongest guy here. Hey, how about me, huh? Other guys say, hey, we can't pander to the woman. Let's keep it the way things are. Because it creates sexual competition immediately.
Simple solution here. Stop treating women differently. A woman in politics is there to do a job just like anyone else. If a man can't do his job correctly in the mere presence of a woman, then that says to me that that man is too incapable and undeserving of having that job, not the woman. Sounds to me like those men are the ones who shouldn't be in politics, not women.
And you start to see it. It's like women influencers come online and they do a show. And you know what happens? Everybody starts watching it because they're attracted to the girl. Oh, you're the best. Oh, you're great. You're awesome. And, then the other guys start to say, oh, well, she's not so great. She's not really aligned, this, that, or the other. And then the guys, the simps, defend her. The simps defend the girl because they're attracted to her. And they start to say things like, well, but she's a net benefit, bro. No, she's different. She's actually smart. Because somewhere in their primal brain, they think that she's going to have sex with them if they like defend her. Like somewhere in there is that mindset.
I'm really sick of women and all their achievements being put down to something sexual. It is demeaning as hell. And I've said this before, but my audience is mostly women, so I'm clearly not only successful because straight men are attracted to me. If it was that simple, if it was as simple as just being attractive, then I'd be spending more time on my looks and being able to sit here doing nothing and just be given money instead of having to put all this time and effort into creating quality content that offers value to my audience. I wouldn't be writing 24,000 word scripts if all I needed was to look good. Nick just can't accept that there are millions of women out there who are just as hardworking as him, more hardworking, who are smarter than him and more talented and more successful than him, and it's nothing to do with their appearance and everything to do with the fact that they are good at their jobs. His low self-esteem just can't take that.
So no, stay out of politics. Not for you, sweetheart. You got to get married. Sorry. You want to be in politics? Marry a political guy and talk to him about it. And raise your kids with that in mind. But yeah, we don't want women in politics. Sorry, nothing personal, just, you know.
Yeah, and women don't want you in politics, but you're not letting that stop you, are you? Unfortunately. One thing I will give Nick and his colleagues, though, is that they're not these anti-feminists who flat out deny we're living in a patriarchy. Instead, they admit that patriarchy is real and a thing, and that our society is one. However, they think it's a good thing.
We're not feminist at all. We're traditionalists. We believe in a traditional order. That doesn't mean we believe in the patriarchy. We do. We do believe in a patriarchal society. That's the way it should be. And that does
believe in the patriarchy, as I fervently do, because it's just reality. You know, we didn't choose the system. We were born into a system that is part of nature. Can't get out of it. So if you believe that that's true, which it is, then you think that men should lead, and if it's going to be better, men should make it better.
This ties into Nick's wild views that apparently his self-confessed hatred of women is in some way logical and well thought out, and that in response, men need to be listening to monsters like Andrew Tate more often. Listen to this muddled mess about how his hatred of women is thought out, but he doesn't actually hate women, but if he did, it's because he's logical and because that's just how women are.
First of all, hatred of women is not mindless, okay? It's not mindless. It's actually very well thought out. Also, we don't hate women, okay? And really the problem with this whole statement is it ignores how women are. And you know, the thing is, all men understand this, okay? Young and old, black and white, liberal or Democrat, liberal or conservative, it doesn't matter. All men understand the woman thing. When a woman is driving, when there's a crisis and a woman panics, when a woman is on her period, when a woman is indecisive, when a woman shit tests you, when we all know how women are. And when a woman is having a woman moment, we all exchange a glance that says everything. It doesn't mean we hate women. It doesn't mean we think women are idiots or whatever. It's not mean-spirited. We just know what's up, okay? Women are women. Every man who has ever met any woman, anywhere ever, knows what that is. It's not mindlessly hating women. It's just about reminding people what we all know to be true, like with every other group, but which we are suppressing. We're supposed to pretend like, no, you know what, sweetie? You go, girl. I don't know what that is. A woman on her period? I don't know what that is. I've never seen that before.
I don't know any decent men who think like this.
Masculinity should be celebrated again, because I think we went through a period where it's toxic masculinity. Being a man is bad. Men are just a bunch of pieces of shit. Yeah, I think like that far left idea of men wasn't helpful at all. But I would ask you this, because your audience is primarily young men, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think America will be better off if most men follow your shoes, where they don't date, they might not marry, they kind of have more of the helpmate view on women? Is that something that we want our young men to be feeling and thinking?
Well, like I said, I recognize that, you know, my feelings are my feelings. My attitude towards it is my attitude. But I do think that men need to follow, maybe let's say someone like Andrew Tate. I'm a big supporter of Tate.
Andrew Tate is, allegedly, a man who has assaulted, raped and trafficked women. This is not someone who anyone should be supporting.
I can drink this entire bottle of vodka, right? You make me angry, you attack me. I get my left hand deep in your hair and I'm holding your hair. My right hand, your face is here. You think I'm going to miss? Look at the size of my hand. Your teeth, your nose, your forehead, it's all going to crack at once. How many times am I going to whack, whack, whack? How many times are you going to hit you in the face until your whole face is a fucking mess?
Thank you for the
It's over. It's over. It's done.
I would not listen to anything Nick Fuentes has to say about anything to do with masculinity because he seems so insecure in both his own masculinity and just his identity and even his sexuality in general. Here are some examples.
Being honest, never having a girlfriend, never having sex with a woman really makes you more heterosexual because honestly, dating women is gay. Having sex with women is gay. And having sex with men is gay. And you know, it's all gay. And if you want to know the truth, the only really straight heterosexual position is to be an asexual incel.
Now, I have to treat this with the seriousness it deserves. Do you believe that having sex with a woman is gay? Because some could argue that intercourse with a woman is the most heterosexual thing that someone could do.
Well, you would think that by definition, but
yes.
At the same time, you know, it's the closeness with women. I sort of see women as like the abyss, and it's like the longer you stare into them, the more they stare back into you. And
That's an experienced woman.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these like hypersexual men, they become more like women. They become a little more gay. So yeah, we have to acknowledge there's something very true there. Something very true. Mating with white women is an obligation of white people. It's not something we're supposed to look forward to. It's an obligation. It is a solemn sacrifice and an obligation. And just remember, this is not supposed to be fun. You're not supposed to enjoy this. Just remember, this is a solemn obligation. Talk about a humiliation ritual. This is quite literally the initiating humiliation ritual. It's an initiation humiliation rite to become a white Christian. And it's very sad and it's very solemn, but it is our obligation and it's what we have to do. And you are going to get fat and you are going to get low testosterone. And yes, she's not going to want to do certain things with it when you get married. A lot of women tweet about this, but this is the way it is. Okay. She's going to make your bedroom all gay. Your bedroom's probably so cool right now. Maybe your bedroom is just a mattress on the floor. Maybe you got a TV on a folding chair. Your wife is going to make your bedroom gay. It's going to be all neutral earth tones, cream colors.
Nick, if you don't want to have sex with women and you'd rather be with men, that is fine. But you don't need to spout all this nonsense in the meantime. And he keeps using gay as some sort of insult or negative, and it's just so stupid. It's not. He also thinks that people can turn gay or turn trans by simply watching porn, which is a wild suggestion.
And so I think that's sabotaging a lot of normal sexual relationships.
It seems like it's making a lot of people gay, too.
Yeah, and trans.
You think that's true?
100%.
What is that?
I think that the novelty is a huge part of that. I think that if you are somebody that uses pornography multiple times per day, which many people do.
Actually?
Oh, absolutely.
That's a lot of jerking off.
It's a huge problem.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're doing that multiple times a day, every day, for years, since you're a kid, well, eventually you get bored.
Yeah.
And you want to move on to something more extreme. And you're kind of, it operates, I think, similar to like a drug. You kind of have the same kind of resistance to it that you would to a drug or a tolerance for it. And you're always chasing that initial feeling the first time you used it or the first time you saw a certain thing. And I think eventually you just chase more taboo, more transgressive. And I think maybe some people are more prone to that than other people going in a really extreme direction.
Is how Charlie Sheen got AIDS, actually.
Yeah.
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 Through just being jaded and looking for something more transgressive. That's just a fact.
And there's something too about what it does when you look at it. Because people don't realize that it is a fundamentally different experience being involved in intercourse versus watching other people have intercourse. And I think that actually does something to you.
Tell me, what do you mean?
I think that, you know, for example, I think Steve Saylor has written about this, that there's multiple kinds of transsexuals. And he says that one kind of transsexual is somebody that likes the idea of seeing themselves as a woman. It's autogynephilia.
Yes.
And I think that, one of the theories for that is you watch a man having sex with a woman that isn't you so much, you kind of achieve an identity with the woman in like a weird, sick way. You almost identify with the woman. And so there's weird things that happen when you're watching that and having such strong emotional and sexual experiences with it.
Again, I'd be laughing at this if it wasn't so dangerous. One, you cannot turn someone gay or make someone trans. That's just a part of their identity and who they are. Two, you're right, there is a difference between watching and experiencing sex. But how would you know, Nick? You're a virgin who's never even been close to a woman. How would you know? You're not an expert in this field. How would you know? Three, I do agree that overuse of pornography can lead to people searching out more extreme and harmful content, such as violent or demeaning content. However, I would not put a performer simply being gay or trans in that category. You cannot compare a trans person simply existing in a sexual situation to something as harmful as porn or erotica, which degrades women and glamorizes and normalizes violence against women, like rape, for example. And four, finally, this is a massive misunderstanding of trans people and their identities here. Huge misunderstanding. Please go listen to actual trans people about their experiences instead. I think there are a lot of valid criticisms you can level at some areas of pornography, but Nick just completely misses any valid point he could have had here. This links to his views on eroticized rape porn books too.
Lesbian personal trainer Jillian Michaels, who says that you declare all women want or need to be raped.
You got to press her. You got to press her on letting me come on her show. I saw you tweet that, and I really appreciated, by the way, defending what I said about that topic. If I say defended what I said about rape, it's going to sound really bad. But I appreciate what you said because
I am a rape defender. I am a huge rape defender.
That's part of the overlap.
Yeah,
that's where we agree.
Provided the man is attractive, wealthy, and not a Somali crackhead. But you didn't mention it. And that was one where I just sort of, filled in. I'm like, well, I've never seen Nick say women need to be raped. I assume that you were discussing, again, 62% of women have rape fantasies. And that
you were so real for that. That was so real for you to say that.
Well, it's so repeatable that someone, we've done study after study. This is not an outlier. And what that means is a sexually dominant man. Women's erotic literature right now is far worse than male pornography. Neither one is good.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
They
is
have
it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped, but there is a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? That's just true.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true. I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. When you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll, they're chilling out. They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy.
Now, as I've mentioned before, I have my own major criticisms of rape porn in both video and book form. I absolutely think it can be dangerous, and as I've said many times, studies show that it makes people more likely to excuse real-world rape, sexual assault, and reduces the empathy that people have for victims, or makes victims less likely to leave abusive situations and more likely to blame themselves if it happens to them. I also think it's just incredibly disrespectful to victims and survivors to romanticize and sexualize and literally get off to a violent crime that was committed against them. However, it also bothers me when men like this look at the women reading these books and say, see, it means she wants to be raped. These books are just another part of rape culture in that they normalize rape and abuse of women and can be easily weaponized in this way by abusers. I have issues with the women who read these books for reasons I've outlined before, but I will always 100% defend them by saying that reading these books does not mean they want to be raped in real life. No woman wants that, and it's absolutely wrong of men like Nick to use this as an excuse to advocate for sexual violence against women. This is not the only time Nick advocates for harming women, though. He's entirely against abortion because he doesn't believe women should have access to healthcare. He is anti-choice, but he's the type to call himself a pro-lifer, and he's so pro-life that he believes we should execute people who have abortions, people who support abortions, or people who are single mothers. Seriously.
These are people that kill babies. They don't just say they're pro-choice, they say they're pro-abortion. You know, it used to be the argument was, well, it's all, if you're in a bad situation, like it's better if a doctor does it than in an alley. That's not what they're saying anymore. Not like that's, you know, a good thing, but that's not even what they're saying anymore. Now they're saying, get many abortions, get as many abortions as you want. People literally kill babies. You know, and it's the most simple and easy thing in the world, I think, you know, that we have to talk about on the show, which is abortion. It should be the most cut and dry thing. If you support abortion, I'm sorry, you are not a human being. You know, people that support abortion should be aborted themselves. You know, talk about post-birth abortion. I think we should have some post-birth abortions for all the abortionists out there. You know, if some sweetheart can't keep her legs closed, you know, and she's a single mom and she just really has to get her degree from NYU, I think maybe it's time to abort you, babe. You know what? I don't think we can afford people like you anymore. 91% of single moms are on welfare. I don't think we can afford you anymore, bitch. I think you're getting to be a little bit of an inconvenience. So maybe it's time for some abortions in that direction, right? Can't expect God to do all the work. No, I'm joking. That's jokes. I'm only joking. That is only meant. Pause. Hello. Pause. Time out. That is a joke. That is only meant to illustrate, to demonstrate the hypocrisy of pro-choice people.
And, you know, they like these vague appeals to equality. We want a chance to work and we want respect. And, you know, ultimately, I think the whole political system is just based around women never being accountable for any of their choices. Ultimately, that seems to be that's what abortion is.
Yeah, of course.
Because 99% of abortions are elective. So they say it's an unplanned pregnancy. You had sex out of wedlock with someone you didn't intend to have kids with. So now we have to kill the kids in the womb. And
this is absolutely vile. But I'm also sick of men like Nick Fuentes saying that women need to be accountable instead of what they actually mean, which is women need to be punished, and I don't care if innocent children are caught in the crossfire. Being accountable means you accept responsibility and take control over doing the best thing to fix a situation and make the best choices for everyone involved. Being accountable means that you achieve what you set out to do. So if you set out to not be pregnant, being accountable for that means using contraceptives when you can, getting the morning after pill if that fails, seeking an early abortion if that also fails and you can and you still don't want the pregnancy. If you're unable to look after a child to the high standard it needs for whatever reason, the responsible thing to do, the accountable thing to do, may be to terminate that pregnancy before the embryo develops consciousness or sentience. That is being accountable for your actions. But Nick doesn't want accountability for women. He wants women punished and suffering and unable to make their own choices. I've said it before, but there's many reasons people choose to have abortions. They can't look after a new baby, they simply don't want to and won't be able to provide it with the love and care it would need. It would be a detriment to kids they already have. It would be a risk to their own health. The baby would develop or has developed a health condition which would negatively impact its quality of life, and so many more valid reasons. The responsible and accountable thing to do is not cause more suffering and struggling in the world, but to do the best thing for the beings who are currently sentient and conscious, like the mother, their family, and any other children they already have. If Nick really cared about the well-being of kids so much, why isn't he out there helping pregnant people or adopting kids in need or volunteering with kids? It's because he doesn't actually care. All he wants is to control women. We're nearly done, I promise. The last few clips I want to show you are a bit of a mixed bag of stuff that didn't really fit anywhere else. Here's Nick getting squeamish about the concept of a never-used tampon still in the packet.
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
you carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something. Like, it's crazy. white knighting is
I'd have no problem
diabolical.
giving a female friend a tampon, would you? I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You
Get
think,
that away
you think
from me.
tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're
Really?
filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that? You,
Have you ever
got
seen
a lot
it?
of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
I've seen them. I've
Oh,
seen
you
them
have?
before.
You've been that close
Yeah.
to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen them. Look, I
Oh, you've seen
I
videos?
used to live with
I
women,
bet
so
you've
I've seen them around the house.
I bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
What? What are we doing here, Piers?
I'm not
you
sure.
You really hate that.
I'm not sure,
You're
Nick.
more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about anything. It's
Not
very
really.
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant, self-admitted racism than I'm about anything. But the misogyny runs a close second.
He is so pathetic. And then we have whatever the hell this is.
And that's fundamentally the problem here is it's not about mean-spiritedness. I don't say this to put women down, but look, we've got to have a society that is based on human nature, not based on ideology. Feminism is an ideology. Egalitarianism is an ideology. Equality and equity are constructs. They're not real. And that is why you have to impose them. That is why you have to have affirmative action and quotas. That's why the military has to lower its standards for women. Because equality is not something you get in nature. It's not organic. It's not in our nature. It's not real. It is an idea thought up by ideologues. And that is why they have to impose it through policy and activism. That is why it must be always continually perpetuated. Because the state of nature would eliminate that immediately overnight if there weren't institutions applying it and imposing it constantly. What do I mean by that? If a nuclear war started and we reverted to a pre-industrial society, sexism and misogyny are back, baby. Guess what? Women can't call the shots because they're not strong enough. And so without bureaucracies and institutions and media imposing the fiction of equality, it would disappear. Because the real practical realities of the world would, again, like gravity, would reassert themselves.
If it's so natural for men to be in charge, then why are you fighting so hard for it? Why are you having to work so hard to convince people to follow it? I don't think he realizes what words like ideology and constructs mean either, does he? He is anti-feminist and anti-Semitic and racist. Those views are also ideologies. His love of money and capitalism is also based on social constructs. But he doesn't mind about them when they benefit him, does he? And let's be real, life isn't going to revert to a pre-industrialized society anytime soon, is it? And even if it did, who's to say men would be in charge? You don't know. I can't deal with him. And finally, we have this clip of him getting mad at a commenter who criticized him.
But what I've always said is that women are not equal. And this is where the rub comes in. I am very frank and sober about women. And I want to get into the post and we'll analyze what exactly that means. So he says, I have seen, and the whole thing is just so gay from the beginning. He goes, I've seen some pretty disturbing takes. I mean, before it even begins, it's over. Because if you're like disturbed by words on the internet, you're either lying or you shouldn't be on the internet. It's not disturbing. It's just content, okay? It's jokes. It's fun. Some people go too far. Some people are craven. Some people are haters. That's life. Nobody should be, if you're a man, you shouldn't be disturbed by any of this.
And again, I think this is a really worrying thing we're seeing here. Nick acknowledges that he was radicalized by things he saw online. He has proof himself that words on the internet have an effect on people, so he knows that it can affect people's political views. So if he knows it can affect people's political views, then surely he can acknowledge that it'll have other effects too. Some of that influence would not be good. It will be a bad influence on people. It will cause harm, and that's why some people are disturbed by the things Nick says. You can't just say, well, I like this thing, so I accept it had an influence over me, but if you don't like this thing, then you're not allowed to admit it has a negative impact on you. At the end of the day, online interactions are, for the most part, ignoring dead internet theory, social interactions between humans, like they're bound to have an effect on people. If the stuff we saw online didn't influence us, then billions wouldn't be spent every year on digital marketing, would it? Nick's just trying to deflect criticism away from himself by implying there's something wrong with the people he's hurt, rather than something wrong with his actions and words, and that's not okay.
This is like this is very feminine, emotional manipulation.
Once again, Nick is using words he does not understand. Expressing that you have emotions is not emotional manipulation. You're allowed to be upset by things. You're allowed to express that. This does not mean you're attempting to manipulate people. Emotional manipulation is things like gaslighting, making you question reality and your own experiences. It's guilt-tripping someone. It's love bombing. It's emotional blackmail. It's not saying, yeah, that thing you said is quite scary to hear. Also, when I've spoken about toxic masculinity in the past, like in my video on male loneliness, this is what I mean. This idea that it's not manly to have or express emotions. It's feminine and therefore lesser. That's really damn damaging to men, and women too, of course. We need to accept that emotions are a very human thing, and that everyone has them, regardless of gender, and that it's healthy to communicate and express them and understand them in a productive way. And I think that's pretty much the last clip I want to touch on. Yeah, and there you go. I just want to say thank you so much for watching today. If you'd like to check out my merch store, you can do. I've got a new one now, and the merch is much higher quality. It's really fantastic. I'm going to be putting some really nice new designs out this year, which I'm really excited about, as well as transferring over some of my older designs as well. If you'd like to help support me and my work, then you can support me by becoming a channel member or supporting me over on Patreon for as little as £1 or $1 a month. And at the higher tiers on Patreon, you also get exclusive merch like stickers and prints that are sent out to you every 3 months, which are really damn cool. Everything's stuff I've designed myself or photos I've taken myself. For 2026 as well, I've also got this really cute animals calendar that I put together on my merch store, which is all cute animal photos I've taken over the last year or so. And I absolutely love it. It's so damn adorable. And it's one of my favourite things I've ever made. And I really, really like it. But yeah, if you're new here, it would be lovely if you want to subscribe. I am going to try and get back to recording proper on-camera videos more often, but like I say, with Kyra's illness, things are really tough at the minute, and I'm finding balancing everything and just surviving really difficult. Add my own health issues into the mix, and it's a really tough time at the minute. So I thank you all for sticking with me and sticking around, and for all your kindness and patience during this time. And yeah, I appreciate you lot. I can't wait to hear your thoughts down in the comments. Let me know what you thought of Nick Fuentes and his views. Let me know if there are any other video topics you would like me to cover. Or just let me know how you're doing and what your plans are for 2026, because it would be lovely to hear them. But for now, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you guys, and I'm going to see you again really, really soon. Thank you all. And Happy New Year!